turns out. Calling me. Chino man's president, maybe we get some free hot. I ain't trying to have all them crazy problems, crazy. President, free hot. Back to boner. I'll go to boner. Back to boner. I'll go to boner. It's back to boner. Back to boner. It's back to boner. Got a meeting. Got a bounce on the.
Check.
Hello? Welcome. Welcome, Alcor. Welcome. Um. Yes. I'm gonna put this here. Put this here. I'm gonna. I have an alarm on for 20 minutes. I wasn't supposed to have that on. However, in 20 minutes I'm gonna leave for a bit. Just so you are aware. Though I will mention it again in 20 minutes. Approximately 20 minutes. Might be a little more. Put that there. Alright. I was gonna sleep. I couldn't. So instead of sleeping, we're gonna play visual novel. Yeah, I've been wanting to play this. I literally have no idea how this plays. I literally have no idea what this game is, other than a visual novel. So we're gonna jump right into it. It's gonna be a lot of reading. Gonna be a lot of talking. It is a visual novel. I don't know why the resolution is bad. Okay, it's weird resolution. There's no. I go. Is full screen? Okay, the full screen is just automatically borderless full screen, so we'll accept that. So that should pop up on the screen now. Then we'll pause the music. So I have played visual novels before, and this is supposed to be a visual novel where you're supposed to apparently go back to old text and then identify future things. So I don't know exactly how this is going to work. All right. Well, we're in December 15th, 2011. Also, welcome, Wout. 9:30. 9.30. So, okay, before I start reading, just, I guess, like a sort of heads up. Last time I played a visual novel, which I played to completion on stream. I played Raging Loop. If you're not aware of what Raging Loop is, it's a visual novel. And basically, throughout the stream, the music seems quite loud, actually. Can I? One second. That should be fine. Basically, throughout the game, I say me, as if I was going to say me, and it took a. Why did it reset the display? What the hell? What? What? Okay, it's very strange. What? Okay, whatever. It basically took a lot of it strained my voice a lot. So I will try to take many breaks. I will try to drink plenty. And it might not be as long a stream as I usually do when I do visual novels, which is like 12 hours. So we'll see. We'll let the table take its turn. Also, I will let you guys listen to the game as well. though you haven't really missed a whole lot regarding audio, just that it was extremely loud originally. But now it is not so loud, and I think we will begin. Did it not save now? Oh, it did save. Yeah, I've got water. I'd been mindlessly staring at the wall in front of me for a few minutes. When that finally registered, I slowly spun around. I'd always thought I'd be quick at adapting to sudden changes, but I'd recently realized how mistaken that was. Still unable to process everything, my brain continually struggled to accept that the previous few days had really happened. I wasn't familiar with the walls around me, but I had always known of the place. Next to me was Shiroya, less willing to acknowledge her surroundings. Keeping her gaze on the floor, she suddenly spoke for the first time since we'd entered. I think it'll be time soon. Yeah, probably less than 20 minutes. That was all I managed to muster. Even though I was still the same Atsuki as always, it felt like it'd been rewritten into an entirely different entity in only a few days. I didn't try to say anything else. During the previous 2 weeks, I'd grown accustomed to those brief interactions with Shiroya. After I spoke, the lost look in her eyes returned. We had both agreed to go together, but it seemed like neither of us knew what we were doing. We awkwardly scanned the vast hall, moving forward tiny steps at a time and awaiting further instructions. Neither of us had any strength. I'd known Shiroya for more than 15 years, and not once had she looked so empty. On top of everything else, I hadn't been able to make her feel any better. The bot is not broken. Why would it be broken? Despite that, at almost 9 AM, we were inside Shiya Tower. The biggest building in Yushibana, the town where we'd always... This is such a Minecraft building. This is the most Minecraft building this is like a mob farmer. 333. This is like legitimately a mob grinder farmer thing in Minecraft. Minecraft monolith. Slash pin. $333 says, get your next pet from the animal shelter. I put that there. The biggest building in Yushibana, the town where we'd always lived, it was situated on the outskirts, and we had never entered it before. From the outside, the tower's contrast with its surrounding was immense. Beyond all the similar-looking houses, its size made it visible anywhere in the town. It was that contrast which had caused it to be called a tower. But it was only as big as an urban building. The structure itself was more or less a cube, essentially as wide as it was tall, but it seemed towering to people who had spent their whole lives in a rural area. It was a place Shiroya and I had always avoided, because of the stigma associated with it. A significant amount of citizens opposed the tower's existence due to both the group who owned it and its unnatural size. Random city? I wasn't very familiar with the topic. Apparently decades in the past, when the building hadn't been anywhere near as large, it was the original Ashiya family's home. It was known that they were a shady family, but they never suffered any real consequences. At that time, they held a silent power over the town, and over the years it gradually grew stronger. They became the image of Yushibana. Anyone visiting from the outside knew about that family before anything else in the town. Over the years, the old residence transformed into a focal point for business and tourism. Image? Put that here. There you go. I don't think they were a slim, shady family. I had never immersed myself in the matter, but that was common information that I couldn't even recall where I'd heard first. The place was some sort of museum, and behind it extended a mountain range that encircled Yoshibana. It is known for housing numerous caves that held valuable gemstones, so enthusiasts tended to visit often. The Ashiya family had taken advantage of it and utilized their building as a gallery for the different gemstones that could be found in the nearby mountains. You cursed a moderator, so that's why. The bot is a moderator. I'm a Minecraft building? What the hell? Welcome, Shinja. And when that happened, the part of the town in favor of the tower increased due to incoming flow of people who specialized in those gemstones. That was what caused a split in the population. The younger residents generally didn't mind Ashiya, while the older maintained their private discontent. That was why we had never entered it, and on top of our most recent circumstances, I thought Shiroya might have been experiencing a feeling of betrayal simply by being there. While I couldn't say I shared that strong of an emotion toward it, I wasn't very fond of the whole thing either. Oh, ... The reason why we were inside wasn't one I could easily put into words. There had been a constant publicity about the day's event for 2 weeks. According to Ashiya, they were going to showcase a major discovery, one found in the very same mountains around the town. But that wasn't something that particularly interested me, and I wasn't sure what to expect. Our motivation for coming to the tower wasn't anything as simple as curiosity. It was December 15th. Outside, the environment was cold and coated in snow, and while the temperature inside was regulated, we'd been outside for so long that we still felt unpleasant. I glanced at Shiroya, who didn't return my look. Feeling slightly agitated, I turned a little. I could see a line of people who had come thanks to Ashiya's ambitious advertisement. Shiroya and I had been at the front of it for a long time. This looks like a Fate character. Next to us was a man I'd never seen before. He was tall and had dark hair, and like us, he seemed distant from everyone else. I hadn't seen him so much as look at me, so I hadn't paid much attention to him. We were next to him because we would go see the gemstone in groups of 3. Since we'd been the initial 3 to show up, we formed the first group. The entrance fee had been expensive, but we'd paid it well in advance. From our perspective, it had been worth it. We remained by the door that would open at 9, simply waiting for that to happen. At our left was another door that would open at the same time, and according to what we'd been told, both led to the main floor of the tower. I have a feeling that's not correct. On that particular day, not many people seemed to care about that, as everyone who could be seen was in our same line. For a moment, I wondered what the big deal was. Yoshibana wasn't a large town, so the amount of people waiting behind us was fairly impressive. All that for a gemstone didn't seem quite right to me. But perhaps it made sense. Given that it was Ashiya's event, they cared about appearances, as anyone could attest. They had their hands in all types of business, but the most important one was looking good. Apart from the line, the only other people in the lobby were guards talking with a policeman, a woman behind the reception desk checking everyone's tickets, and a janitor who had been scrubbing the same part of the floor for a while. It was all unsettling and alien. The event itself was an abstract thing to me, and my view on the people who ran it was far from positive. All I could do was look at things and wait for it all to start. We'd been asked to leave our phones outside for the duration of our stay, as nothing of the sort was permitted in the building. That meant that I had no way of looking at the time. There weren't any clocks on the walls. Adding the fact that the person I was with was clearly uncomfortable and trying to hide it, the long wait had been much more tedious than I'd hoped. Welcome, Manu. I continued looking at her, not knowing how to deal with the situation better. Finally, after minutes of looking down, she suddenly lifted her head as if she'd just remembered that she was in a public environment. Also, there's no worm command. Following behind, she looked at me and seemed to try to smile. But it was barely visible before vanishing again. I kept falling back into negative thoughts, and no matter how I tried, I couldn't help that. I needed to be stronger and help lift Shiroya out of the pit she was in, but that was tricky, seeing as I first had to get out of the same one. So I struggled against my feelings, wishing all the while that I could go back to how things had been before. Minutes later, a well-dressed man who'd been standing near the entrance told us that if we weren't waiting for the event, we could go through the left door. Shortly after, a tall blonde woman wearing a suit entered through the one on the right. I'd seen her in a coat earlier, before she disappeared through one of the doors. She looked over everyone present and began to explain what the procedure would be. Sorry for the wait, everyone. We'll now begin the group entrances. My name is Naomi, and I'll be chaperoning today's guided visit. As you likely already know, groups of 3 will move forward in turns. Each viewing is estimated to take approximately 15 minutes. Once inside, I will personally explain what we have prepared, and I will also be available to answer questions within the specified time. Naomi's explanation was directed at everyone present, but it was hard to believe anyone farther back could have heard her. She continued in a monotone voice. Keep in mind that phones and video cameras are strictly prohibited. I ask for all of you to please be patient and await your turn. When her scripted message was over, she relaxed her posture and directed her look at us. You 3 are the first group, correct? Seconds later, nobody had answered. The 2 people at my side had barely paid attention to her, so I spoke before she would have to ask again. Yes. Alright then, please follow me to the event room to be the first one to see the Sekimeiya. Ah! Name drop. Title drop. I'd heard that word many times recently. As soon as she said it, she turned around and walked through the same door she'd entered from. I looked to my right to check on Shiroya. Her demeanor hadn't changed, but she was aware of the situation. By the time I turned back, the man on my left had nearly reached the door. It seemed he was taking the initiative despite the unenthused appearance. Can I say chaperoning again? Chaperoning? Chap? Good old chap? Rather, it was probably... what's your advice, Vote? Rather, it was probably better to think of myself as lacking behind than him being proactive. Skip all, skip unseen, text speed, instant, press and hold control. I don't think I want... I'm here to read, Woad. I don't think I want to do that. I followed, motioning to Shiroya as I did. She approached me, still wearing her heavy-looking coat. We found ourselves in a long hallway. We could see many doors lining each wall, some opened and connected by a decorative handrail. However, there were no traces of Naomi or the man. Did she just like sprint off? The floor seemed pointlessly wide, up to the end of the hall. Up to the end of the hall, I could see a number of security cameras hanging from the ceiling. As we started walking, unclear about where to go, I found it appropriate to try talking with Shiroya again. Are you feeling better? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. She continued walking, assuming that was the end of our exchange. I tried to press it a bit further. Do you regret coming? No, of course not. I'm seriously glad we're here. I mean it. I know how you feel, okay? It's the same for me. It doesn't help a lot to say it, but I don't want to see you sad. I'm here because I want to be, Atsuki. I'm okay. This is where I need to be right now. Sorry, I must look terrible. She wasn't being very convincing. You know, this isn't something you need to apologize for. Nothing about this is your fault. I'm not so sure. I wish I didn't have to be a drag for you right now. Hey, come on now. If you want to leave, we still can. Don't feel like you have to push yourself for my sake. It's alright, thank you. Let's continue though. I was the one who wanted to do this. Okay. We'd hoped coming to the exhibition would be for the better. Once it was settled that we wouldn't back out, I looked around hesitantly until a voice calling for us came from the middle of the hallway through an open door. You two, hurry up, the clock is ticking. Her unprofessional shout broke the silence and drew us forward. I saw her figure in a seemingly empty room. Though the other doors, there were cabinets covered by red cloths. Oh, through the other doors. I don't know why I said though the other doors. Good. We're all finally here. Now we can start. There it is. A cabinet that has the Sekimeiya, whatever that is. Which I assume we'll probably find out. Hopefully, because that's what I'm here for. Once I went inside, I realized my initial impression had been wrong. The room would have been barren if it weren't for a single cabinet covered by a velvet curtain. The black-haired man was there, yet again looking entirely aloof, and fixing his eyes on the plain opposite wall. What? Why? Alright, it would be helpful if you could tell me your name, since you know mine. What? You're a museum person. Do you need to know our names? What? While she said that, she closed the door we'd come through, and I took notice of the security camera in one of the corners, which was fitting for the place we were in. There was another closed door on the opposite wall, so we had 15 minutes ahead of us where we could be shut inside. Welcome, Harumu. I am not going to meow. Naomi looked at me expectantly, probably because I'd been the one to speak earlier. Atsuki Hakutoki. Shiroya Mirana. Without being cajoled, Shiroya spoke her name. To my relief, she was looking directly at Naomi, and her posture was significantly less stiff than before. The black-haired man didn't respond immediately when we eyed him. And your name? Akaro. Akaro Isata. Perfect. Happy to meet the three of you. It was hard to read him. He looked passive, but he must have been interested in the exhibition. Naomi moved aside and placed herself before the velvet curtain. Then she took out a key ring from her pocket as she got ready to begin the introduction. Bananas grow on trees. No, bananas do grow on herbs. They do not grow on trees. The banana tree is not a tree. I will be getting my next pet from a shady underground breeder. Genetically very ill, but it sells because it looks cute. What the hell? That's messed up. Well, I mean, I don't make the rules. That's just from the book. Welcome, Pocketland. Speaking of Pocketland, you arrived just as the word pocket was mentioned. Then she took out a keyring from her pocket and she got ready to begin the introduction. As you might already know, what's behind this curtain is not to be taken lightly. And being the first public viewers is a bigger privilege than you might think. What's being kept here is among the rarest pieces that we've ever seen. It's only been 2 weeks since the discovery. We estimate that the value of this cabinet's content is immense. A proper appraisal has already occurred, but more estimates will come forth as everyone realizes just what we have on our hands. Part of the experience is the touch, so I will open the cabinet and let you experience it yourselves. However, I must insist that you be gentle and keep your hands inside the cabinet at all times. How can you do that? Then they can't leave. They will never be able to leave if they have to keep their hands inside the cabinet at all times. Because they try to leave and it's like, I can't leave. My hands must be inside the cabinet. They have to bring the cabinet with them. Only one group can see the thing because they have to bring the cabinet with them. They have to get out a new cabinet every time there's a new group. What if you don't have hands? See, it doesn't say feet. If you don't have hands, I guess you're exempt from keeping your hands inside the cabinet. Maybe they've got like a stock of cabinets out back. Maybe one of the rooms just has like 40 cabinets and they bring out a new cabinet and then your hands are just like stuck inside the cabinet for the rest of your life if you join this exhibition. Maybe that's what the whole story is about.
Why so serious?
You're forced to live the rest of your life with your hands inside the cabinet. So welcome, Seth. We know and don't need this introduction, so let's move along. You've been praising this find of yours in every advertisement. Let's see how your claims hold up. What's the plot of this game? I have no idea. I literally just started. These people have a... Well, I say these people. This woman works for this building that we're inside, which is like a Minecraft mop grinder building. And they found a thing called the Sekimeiya, which is a gemstone. And we're here to see it. That is the story so far. And it's a mystery visual novel. So I'm going to assume that the second we put our hands in that Sekimeiya, we get teleported to alternate dimension full of monsters that eat us. Akaro's sudden input took us by surprise, but it made it clear that he did actually care about the event. My apologies. Let's start then. Naomi put a small key into the lock on the left side of the cabinet and turned it. Admittedly, all the build-up was making me slightly curious, but for all I knew, we were talking about a slightly shining rock. Nothing that would ever interest me very much. This is not Euphoria, this is the Sekimeiya Spun Glass. I don't think I could stream Euphoria on Twitch. I think they would be slightly cross if I tried to do that. Let's stop with the teasing. Here's what you've come to see, named the Sekimeiya. With one hand, she grabbed the bottom of the curtain and began to raise it. But even though the music stopped. But even though my focus should have been on the cabinet, something else took priority. When I was least expecting it, smoke rose inside the curtain, accompanied by a familiar putrid smell that invaded the room. What is this? Without bothering to ask myself questions, I tried to find Shiroya. At my right, I saw her face morphing into shock. Atsuki, what? Her last word faded out quietly, and it was then when I realized that my consciousness was getting cloudy. All of a sudden, the only thing I could see was very dark smoke filling my field of vision. I couldn't believe it was happening again. Naomi's hand had suddenly released the curtain, and she was trying to steady herself while covering her nose. I couldn't find Akaro until I looked down and saw that he had already fallen to the floor. The smoke filled up the entire room at once. In just a few seconds, my legs stopped responding, and every effort at getting my muscles to obey me met with failure. At last my entire body gave up and I plummeted down. Thanks to the view I had from the floor, I could see Shiroya's outcome had not been any different, and from the falling noise I heard, the same could be said for Naomi. Behind Shiroya was the door we'd come through. The smoke had covered the ceiling, so everything was dark. Amid the confusion, I was able to notice the lack of light under the door, something which should have been easily noticeable from where I was. After I ultimately accepted there was nothing I could do to salvage the situation, I had a few seconds where I could only think about what was going on. Our room and its surroundings were fully silent. I couldn't hear a thing despite what had happened, and I wasn't able to produce any noise. What the fuck had just... What the fuck had just happened? Did they need to do that? I was able to recognize how strange it was. Both doors had been closed, so I had no idea where the smoke came from. Everything was dark. From my vantage point, I noticed the lack of light. Knowing the smoke was blotting out our awareness, I realized it had been done deliberately. What? Well, yes. Well, as opposed to... what? Is he dumb? Obviously it's been done deliberately. Smoke that, like, knocks people out? What, how would that have been done undeliberately? Ah, shit, I just dropped the smoke that knocks people out into the ventilation, guys. Oh, that's fuck. And there were many reasons I could come up with as to why, going off what we'd just been told. As my remaining consciousness faded away, I could only hope I would quickly wake up to see Shiroya again. I wanted to pretend that I knew nothing would happen, but the images came back to me, seeing that hole in the floor. My heartbeat slowed and became inaudible. I knew that resisting was completely futile, so I closed my eyes, hoping to fast forward to being awake again. The thought of dying there was pathetic, but without a choice in the matter, I resigned myself to what was happening. Oh, that is loud. Oh my god, okay, hold on. Jesus Christ. That did not need to be that loud, what the f... Before all my senses faded, the silence was broken by a loud alarm, which had taken a while to be broadcast after the appearance of the smoke. Further in the background, I briefly perceived a much fainter and rougher sound that I couldn't identify. I lay on the floor of that smoky room with 3 other people, completely powerless and clueless. Soon after the alarm played, the darkness became absolute and all my thoughts vanished. Chapter 1. Foot of the Mountain. Feet? Is the mountain like a hot woman? And I'm going to go to her feet. An indeterminate amount of time had passed. I was a complete mess and a constant pain pounded against the interior of my skull. Nothing had changed apart from the walls and ceiling, which had been tainted by the smoke. As I confirmed that I was still in the event room, I tried to battle the intense headache mercilessly hammering me from the inside, focusing my vision in an attempt to spot Shiroya. There she was, still on the floor. I have to admit, I'm slightly cross about the fact they changed the image. But there's no person. They're like, there she was. Where? There she was, still on the floor. She hadn't moved since I'd blacked out. I used all the energy I could muster to try to rise, and after a few attempts, was able to sit up. While I crawled to Shiroya, I looked behind me. As expected, Akuro's body still lay on the floor, but he was far from my first priority. I reached Shiroya and turned her to face me. Her eyes were half open and she seemed conscious, which was exactly what I needed to see. My sentence was cut off by dry coughing that took over my body. It seemed I'd inhaled a bit of the smoke, but it might have meant that we hadn't been unconscious for a long time. Yes, I think so. Her eyes opened fully, and she tried to steady herself with an arm. That smoke. What was it? Maybe Listerine? Listen, we'll find out what happened. Just stay here for a minute, okay? Do you feel okay? Yes. I could tell that she was barely keeping it together. She must have been afraid of the worst, just like I was. But that time, we'd woken up safely. I looked around me. It was a bizarre sight. The disgusting smell was still present after the smoke had faded. The room had been painted black. The curtains beautiful red, the walls, the ceiling, they'd all been corrupted by an ugly, dark color, almost purple. The floor, however, had not received the same treatment. It had become grey, but it was nowhere near as strong black that consumed the ceiling. And there was something much more important that I quickly noticed. Yeah, the Sekimeiya's gone. Oh. Naomi's gone. She's not here. What? You're right. Where could she have gone? The door's open. The door opposite the one we'd entered was slightly ajar. Naomi could have woken up and left through it, maybe to understand what had happened after seeing that we were still knocked out. Even reaching that small conclusion took a lot out of me, but the headache was beginning to fade, almost as quickly as it had come on. I noticed our voices had awoken Akaro, who still hadn't moved at all. Ugh. What the fuck is this? He felt his face with his hand as he grimaced. Then he slowly stood up and attempted to balance himself while perplexedly looking around him. Hey, what is all this? You said Naomi's gone? What the fuck just happened? I think a lot of smoke suddenly appeared out of nowhere, right? Did it knock us out? Is he dumb? Yeah. What's with all the... This guy, can he just stop saying the fuck word? For the first time, he started a conversation with us. Before answering, I began to clean my face, as the smoke had created a sticky mask on it as well. I have no idea, but yes, that smoke must have had something in it that made us fall unconscious. And a few seconds before I fainted, a very loud alarm went off. An alarm? I must have fallen unconscious too fast. All I remember is getting dizzy as hell out of nowhere and falling over. I don't think I heard it either. Did it say anything? Did it say anything? Did the alarm say anything? What? Yeah, the alarm told me that the McGriddle is back on the menu. No, it was only a loud sound. While I was still attempting to stand up, Akira walked to the open door and looked through it. Oh, what the hell happened here? It's dark in this room, but the hallway is too. The walls and ceiling are black, and I can't see anyone. The whole hallway is covered. How much smoke was there? Everyone must have evacuated when they heard the alarm, even though it came a bit after the smoke appeared. Did you see where the smoke came from? I didn't see anything, and there's nothing here. No, but you're right. It surrounded us in an instant. It probably appeared in this room, and in the hallways at the same time. Both of these doors were closed, so the origin had to have been here. Something must have happened while we were unconscious. Why are we alone, though? There were police officers outside. Why haven't they come? I had no idea. Still a bit disoriented, I forced my neck to turn. The only thing in the room was the covered cabinet. However, I doubted the Sekimeiya would still be there. The easiest conclusion to reach was that the smoke had been part of an attack designed to steal it. The smoke wasn't released in the other rooms in the hallway. Everything was giving me a surreal vibe. I had no idea what was going on, but at first glance the danger seemed to have faded away. Did he get knocked out? So Simon says... Well, I guess he did find out. My headache was nearly gone, thankfully. That meant that I could start thinking things through. What had happened? Why had it happened? How was I going to find the person responsible? Maybe I was just trying to distract myself from reality by thinking things like that. But I had a personal stake in it. I couldn't forgive whoever was responsible. Shiroya probably felt the same way. We couldn't just ignore it, and someone was missing. The room was empty and had been empty before we'd fallen unconscious. Only the cabinet had been with us, but if the smoke had come out of it, it wouldn't have surrounded us so fast. Oh! We had been stained, but not as much on the lower parts of our body. The ceiling was significantly darkened, the floor not so much. The smoke's density was low. Did that mean that the origin of the smoke had been had been the very center of the room? How did that make any sense? Welcome, Boopa. Chiroya staggered slightly. I reached out to try to hold her shoulder, but as my body was still recovering, both of us fell back to the floor. Are they drunk? Without looking at us, Akro walked to the door we'd entered through. It happened here too. Yeah, when we fell to the floor I noticed there was no light below that door. Given how dark the room had become, I thought the hallway must have been just as dark. The smoke was released at the same time, even though both places looked empty. What the fuck is this about? What the fuck is this about? That woman disappeared, but she fell unconscious too, didn't she? And you're right. Why is no one else here? Although those points were were very strange, I still was relieved that none of us had been harmed. I lay on the floor for a bit, attempting to gather more strength. When thoughts came to me, it was calming to realize that they were different from what had recently filled my head. This room connects two parallel hallways, which were attacked alongside this room all at once. Was this done to isolate us? Someone attacked the building to steal the Sekimeiya, right? That must have been the intention. The smoke formed an easy path for whoever planned to make it their way here. Obtain the Sekimeiya and leave. It sounds like a messy, risky plan, but it's the obvious thing that comes to mind. The open door seems to back it up, even though Naomi must have left through one anyway. Do I have to conclude that Naomi was part of this? And while we were out, she took the Sekimeiya and left, making herself look suspicious immediately? Being a staff member, she'd know many things about the security system. And we were the first group to enter, meaning out of us four, she was the only one that wasn't part of the first visit, coincidentally. Or I could say that if I knew Akro at all, I did think he looked distant from everyone else. Maybe Akro wasn't aware of the fact that the smoke... Maybe Akro was aware of the fact that the smoke would appear. He could have immediately faked his unconsciousness by throwing himself to the floor, knowing he would avoid breathing in anything from the upper half of the room. The fact that the floor is barely stained proves the smoke never came down. Once we're all out of it, he obtains the Sekimeiya. I should also consider that the smoke first arose shortly after Naomi unlocked the cabinet. This doesn't mean much, given that she could have had her key taken after she was unconscious. But if whoever did this didn't know much about the cabinet's mechanism, it makes sense they waited until it was unlocked. But how did they know exactly when that was? Doesn't this mean that they must have been inside the room? Or, again, doesn't this mean that only Akro could have done it? Assuming this precise timing actually happened, how did he trigger the smoke? It could simply be that he gave some sort of signal to someone else outside, but phones aren't allowed here. The Sekimeiya is the thing, the gemstone. Come on, Shinjuku, are you not even following the lore now? Oh my god. Oh my god. That's it. We're restarting the story. We have to start from the beginning so Shinjuku knows what's happening. After we regained consciousness, he seemed to be perfectly fine physically. However, the mass difference between his body and our 19-year-old one's is significant. It makes sense that the substance had a somewhat weaker effect on him. Welcome, fine wine. That was just me ripping ass. 420. Is Akro in possession of the Sekimeiya right now, or did he leave it somewhere? If so, why did he come back? Only to avoid suspicion? But this doesn't explain Naomi's disappearance. And how did the smoke appear? Or why did the alarm sound late? And what kind of risky plan is this? I grimaced. I was getting carried away without realizing how far I was going. In the first place, it was ridiculous to suspect anyone until I had information. But I knew. I could never let things remain as they were. Someone was responsible, and I wouldn't let them get away. I only had to bide my time. Before I could stand, I realized there was another avenue open to me. There was a security camera on the ceiling. If someone was looking at the footage and the smoke came out of an automated system, this would make a lot more sense. However, Akuro could have simply been the one to wait for the automated smoke and then followed up with whatever plan they had. This must have happened during the first visit for a reason. It means that whoever was looking at the direct footage would have been the one to activate the smoke system. Oh. Why do we even need to, like, do all of this? Because it seems like he's already solved everything. He's got it all under control. He already knows everything. Well, but how long is this game? Like, an hour? This game's like an hour long, because he's already solved everything, by the way, by the time that, like 5 minutes. I was doing it again, almost like a coping mechanism. I had to make sure Shiroya was really okay before anything else. When I attempted to lift my head, my body thankfully obeyed. I stared at the curtain that had concealed the so-called Sekimeiya. It was dark, and the substance the smoke was composed of had dried up on it. Can you stand up? I think so. Supporting each other, Shiroya and I slowly steadied ourselves. Then I realized Akuro had gone to the hallway. Finally! Thank goodness! A shout came from the same area. It was a feminine voice, which at least indicated we weren't alone. We walked to it slowly as I wiped more of the solidified substance off of myself. I was curious to see if the Sekimeiya was still in the cabinet, but we would find that out very soon regardless. Why? It sort of looks like we've entered like a dark world or something. Like I feel like smoke doesn't sit like this. Some of us know what the fuck this is. No, none of us know what the fuck. Hey, I know exactly what's going on. The hallway was almost as dark as the room. The smoke had coated every light bulb, but since there were many of them, some light could still make it past the barrier. The smoke had created a thorough cover on the walls and ceilings, which must have been an intended result. It had set up a dark environment, but that couldn't be the sole purpose. Something had been added to the smoke to create the same effect on every surface it touched. Close to the start of the hallway, near the door Naomi had first appeared through, I saw human figures. Our approaching footsteps were noticed by one. It rose from its knees. Why do they look like this? We got closer and saw two more people kneeling down. Akuro was with them, and after finally arriving where they were, I noticed a small body on the floor. Isla's finally waking up, thank God. What the hell? That's a lot of people. That woman was the person we'd heard. She had the little girl on her lap and was looking at her closed eyes with concern. I see. So you three were also unable to evacuate. Well, we haven't met them yet. But one of them is called Isla, I guess. The person who had stood up was a well-dressed old man. As he said that, the two kneeling people turned their heads to face us. But the words, unable to evacuate, were more ominous than I'd expected, especially due to his rough voice. No. They put bedrock at the door entrance. We can't get out of the Minecraft building now. Oh. Is she okay? I think so. She's finally breathing fine. Shiroya sat next to the others and worriedly looked at the girl who'd been called Isla. Next to them was a guy my age, who was staring at the girl in silence. Smoke appeared out of nowhere and knocked us out. Do you know what happened? I'm afraid I don't. You were in the event room, right? Shouldn't another woman be with you? Check Discord. I'll check Discord. I have no idea what this is. Oh, okay, never mind. I know what this is. Let's put that. Where the hell do I even put this? Here? It's confusing to the audience. They griefed us. Call the admin. Guy seems kind of unconcerned with this. That's Acro. He doesn't care. Naomi, yes, she was gone when we woke up. Despite the dim light, I was able to discern his frown. I can tell you he's not frowning. I meant the other guy. Well, he doesn't have his hands in the pocket. He's got his hands in a cross. Or do you mean the other guy? I'm pretty sure she passed out too, but the door to the other hallway was open when we woke up. She left while you were still unconscious? That's strange. I inspected this floor a bit and didn't find her. Is that strange? Maybe she exited the building entirely. When his look lowered again, I realized there was something very important that we were missing. Why was nobody else there? Why had the unconscious child not been taken outside at the very least? She couldn't have left. Oh. If she fell unconscious like the rest of you, she still has to be here. What? How does he know that? Well, what if she like... Okay, well, I guess we'll get an explanation. The man didn't answer immediately, so I took that time to look him over. Due to the lighting, I'd just gotten the impression that he was a simple, well-dressed old man. But those weren't casual clothes. Did all of you hear the alarm that played throughout the building? After I heard it, I saw all the smoke. Those words made me consider an important detail. His shirt was white, a lot less stained than ours, indicating that it hadn't been hit by the smoke during its release. In contrast, the woman and the other guy had the smoke pattern we did, being more stained on their top halves. I am responsible for this building's security system. You suck. When the smoke appeared, I was in the security room, found in the other hallway. Since today was a special day, most of the visitors were in the lobby awaiting their turn for the event, so they had no problem leaving safely when they saw the smoke. You might know that this tower has many floors, but only this one is open to the public, and no one was on the higher levels. It was a big shock to see all that smoke, so I panicked and spent a while in the security room trying to figure out what had happened. When I realized I couldn't get anywhere, I exited and began searching through this floor. It seems you all were the first two groups of 3 for today's event. Oh, this guy, yeah, I can see now. He has his hands in his pockets. He has a shirt that says Arbungle. Or maybe it says Carbungle? Carbungle? He's got a Carbungle shirt? Yes, we were told to wait here after the first group moved forward. Oh, that's right. I remember seeing her earlier, now that I look at her closer. I also recall seeing the 3 of them behind us in the lobby. I'm still trying to understand the older man's words, though as he had said the security room was in the other hallway. At the same time, we cleaned the rest of the smoke off our bodies until only a few traces remained. You said you saw the smoke, but your clothes are much cleaner than ours. Did it not hit you? That's right, I didn't leave the room while I was in the hallway. When I said I saw the smoke, I was talking about the security cameras. Oh, I see. So he was the person I just accused in my head. I wasn't able to figure anything out through the cameras, unfortunately. When I left a few minutes later, I saw all the walls were black. I knew he was slowly giving me information, so I didn't want to interrupt him. However, more questions were coming to my mind, such as why he hadn't come across our group first. Wait, you saw the hallway look like that after you left the security room? Don't you have enough security cameras to see it from there? I couldn't help myself from asking for details. The more I tried to coast through things, the more I resisted it. I needed to know as much as possible. No. The thing is, they became useless after the smoke appeared. It instantly covered the lens of every camera that was hit by it. That makes sense. It must be why the smoke created this film on every surface it touched. It worked to disable the cameras. Holy shit. Yes, while I was there, I had no way to know what was happening in the hallways or in the event room. I took my time to look at the footage of all the other rooms, but I didn't see anything suspicious at all. No people either. But I should get into what's most important. The alarm that played wasn't your usual emergency alarm. It was one that hadn't played before. What? Okay. What? That doesn't... That's like... It's like the most thing ever. Like, that's literally the biggest nothing burger. Okay, they could have never ran the alarms, ever. What if the alarms had never been, like, tested? Or, like, actually ran? Like, actually played? Then it would... Then the normal, usual emergency alarm wouldn't have played either. What is that supposed to tell me? I said that I stayed in the security room out of panic. But that's not all. Even if I'd left, it would have been pointless. One of the special functions of the alarm is to shut down all methods of escape. This means that we have no way to leave this building, and that people outside cannot enter. Although I'd been kind of anticipating those words, it was still a heavy blow. Shiroya and I looked at each other. It seemed everything insisted on getting worse. Hang on. What the fuck? We're trapped in here? How long does it close the exit for? Why? And is there no way to undo it or contact the outside? It closes all the exit routes for 12 hours. The reason as to why is a bit complicated, and for all our purposes, confidential. I'm sorry, but I can't get into that. Right, so okay. I'm trying to say, okay, if I was in this situation, I feel like people are exaggerating like what's going on here. Cause like this is like the equivalent of like being in a museum, right? And then getting knocked out and you can't leave for 12 hours. Like, okay, that it sucks, but it's like you're not dead. You just have to wait 12 hours and you can leave and go home. Like, it's not your job to go around figuring out who did all this. Oh, who released the smoke? Oh, we're stuck inside the thing. Who released the smoke? Who stole the Sekimeiya? That's not your job. Just sit down, take a nap, you know, sit around for 12 hours and then go home. That's it. As for a way to contact the outside, they can contact the outside. They've got the phones. They've got like 800 phones out front. We can try it. Shiroya wasn't faring well. Why? And Akiro seemed to be in complete disbelief of what he just heard. Hey. It's going to be fine, okay? Yeah, okay. I turned back to the others. Barring Akiro, none of them seemed very surprised at this situation. Is this not a shock for you? I already told them. Getting Isla out of here would normally have been the first thing any of us would have done. It didn't seem like the type of building to have a medical equipment stored in it, so the woman must have immediately tried to extract who I could only assume was her daughter. Like, I could understand if like there was zombies walking around or something and they had to survive for 12 hours, or like there's like a maniac with a gun going around shooting people. Like, I could understand that, but it's just like it's just like they were just knocked out and they just have to wait. There was no reason to think that some secret entrance existed, so I more or less had to assume that we were really trapped for half a day. The existence of such an alarm seemed absurd, but he also might have succeeded at trapping whoever had been responsible for the smoke. So you're right. Naomi still has to be here. And is that everyone? I get that most people... Mike doesn't see what the big deal is. Well, okay, tell me what the big deal is. I get that most people were in the lobby. But if someone had else entered the hallways, they couldn't have evacuated either. Is it possible the smoke in the hallway wasn't as dense, which gave people time to run from it before the alarm went off? No, that can't be. The guy who remained quiet finally spoke. We were right here when the smoke appeared. The moment we inhaled a bit of it, we were out like a light. We pretty much collapsed instantly. I see, and I couldn't tell you. From what I could see from there, the other rooms in the hallway were clean. If someone had been in one, they were definitely trapped too. I could recall that the alarm played approximately 20 seconds after the smoke's appearance. Yes. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's 20 seconds. Okay. 20 seconds. I've counted. It's 20 seconds after I got knocked out that the alarm started playing. But it was unlikely that had been enough time for it to entirely dissipate. I can't believe what you're telling us. What the fuck does this mean? Why are we trapped here? I sincerely apologize. I'm confused as well, but there's nothing I can tell you. We'll have to be here all day, but I'll try to figure out what happened. My name is Katai Kuiji. It was ridiculous, but we couldn't do anything about it. After a period of silence where nobody knew how to react, the woman spoke. She's Isla, my daughter. She's been unconscious since the smoke appeared, but her breathing's steadier now. I'm Irina. I'm Shiroya, and my name's Atsuki. We came here together. How old is she? She'll be 10 in a bit more than a week. Her birthday is 2 days before Christmas. Realizing the rest of his group had introduced themselves, Guy followed. I'm Sai. Why is his symbol a pitchfork? Or a trident? We looked back at the man separated from us, Akuro. Immediately, the silence returned. What the hell had happened? I thought back on the wordless alarm. Wordless alarm that had locked us in. It communicated zero information, seemingly only designed to tell us that we'd been trapped. It made sense if the culprit was one of us, but not even the staff member who was still there had any idea who it could be, which made things difficult. And the target of the attack, it had to be the Sekimeiya. There's no way it wasn't related. The very first showing of a newly discovered gemstone being interrupted meant only one thing. We hadn't checked whether the Sekimeiya was still in the room, but it was confirmed that it was still in the building with us, even if it had been taken out of the cabinet. Yes, I think I'm playing detective, apparently. Welcome, Roger. The attack had been deliberate. Okay, again, like, this is such a weird statement. The attack had been deliberate. As opposed to an indeliberate attack? I do like anime, yeah. That was the most important point. Whoever was responsible, I wanted to find out and expose them. It was deeply personal. Why? Why was it deeply personal? Because they stole something that's not related to you? What? Are we in a club now? Where did the music change to this? What the hell? We all glanced at Isla's pained face. After the second cough, she proceeded to slightly open her eyes. Isla, finally! Are you okay? How do you feel? Irina's sudden outburst seemed to confuse her daughter. She raised her head and blinked blarily at all of us. Looking back at her mother, she coughed weakly again and spoke. Where are we? What are we doing here? Her disorientation definitely wasn't helped by the fact that all the walls were stained black. Shiroya seemed like she wanted to say something, but she held back and let Erina speak. We're still inside Ashia Tower. Do you remember all that smoke? It knocked us out. You're the last one to wake up. Erina stroked Isla's hair gently, which seemed to soothe her. What a weird thing to say to a kid. It knocked us out and you're the last one to wake up. Oh, you're the last one to wake up. Weren't we going to see the Sekimeiya? I'm trying to remember what happened after that, but I can't. Did we ever do that? Welcome, Olch. No, sweetie. We were waiting for that in this very hallway when the smoke came out. Do you not remember? Oh, smoke? I'm not sure. Is this that hallway? Why is everything black? That's also the smoke's doing. It stained everything it touched. Shiroya finally spoke up. Isla seemed to... What the hell? Isla seemed to realize that everyone else had faint black stains on their clothes, so she looked down at her own to find them almost completely clean. At her height, her head had primarily been affected, but Erina had evidently wiped off all the remnants. Do you feel okay? You've been out for a long time. I was really worried. Sorry, I think I feel okay, but my head hurts. But why are we here? Why is there no light? And why are we alone? What do you mean, why are we alone? We're like 6 people. What? Alone as in, like, what? Who's she expecting? What? We all looked at each other and for a few seconds nobody knew how to answer. Katai quickly decided it was his job to do so. We're not aware of what caused the smoke. Okay, you're talking to a kid. You can't... We're not entirely aware of what must have caused the smoke to appear here in this here hallway. I believe it might have been a conjunction of 2 elements that combined caused smoke. It must have triggered a special alarm that shut down all entrance and exit methods. That means... That means that we will have to stay here for the next 12 hours, and it's possible there's only 8 of us who didn't evacuate in time. Oh, 8, okay. Yeah, because 3 here. Oh, wait, we're 7 people, aren't we? Because 3, and then Akro, the Shiroya, the K guy, Kutai, and then me. And then Naomi. There's at least 8. If no one's dead. We all slightly lowered our heads, unsure whether his abrupt explanation had been a good idea to direct at a kid who had just woken up. That's what I'm saying. Issa processed that information in silence for a minute. I didn't expect she'd take it well, but against my own prediction, she passively tossed out some words in response. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. Quite a predicament we're in. What are we going to do until then? I was relieved that she hadn't reacted badly. Telling a kid something like that could have gone much worse. Sadly, there's not much to do here. The first floor is filled with exhibition rooms, and is officially called the Crystal Floor, in reference to all the gems. The upper floors are nothing but offices, and I'm afraid they're as uninteresting as they sound. They're offices? Does that mean we could use them to communicate with the outside? Is that what you meant earlier when you said that could be possible? Welcome, Jedi? Oh, no. Usually that would be the case, but the local internet connection is also something that the alarm shuts down. Precisely to block all communication methods. What? You people cut the internet too? Is that only going to come back when the exit opens? Yes, we can't access it until then. There's no phone either. and I don't have mine here. Well, fortunately, we all left our phones in the fucking lobby. What did you mean? What did you mean then? How did we have any way to speak to anyone outside? The room where I work, the security room, has a function that lets us enable communication with the outside. That one should not be out of commission. That was slightly relieving. If we could talk with people and understand the situation better, that'd make the wait much more bearable. However, it seems strange to me that a communication method wouldn't be disabled. Entirely blocking off the exit and shutting down the internet connection seemed to indicate that the goal was to fully isolate the interior. Leaving one method available didn't fit, which meant it wasn't one anyone would know how to access. Yeah, function that lets us enable communication. Isla stood up and brushed herself off. She seemed ready to say something else, but a nearby sound startled us. We turned to face it and were met with a door opening. It was one that led to the lobby. Had someone else gotten trapped? I thought that until I saw Sai next to the door. Then I realized that he hadn't said anything. He hadn't said anything since he told us his name. His left hand was gripping the knob. I thought that said his left hand was gripping his knob, and I was like, "What's? No, don't grip your knob here. What? Leave that for some time else. Where are you going?" It looked like we were all confused that he'd been about to leave without warning. I'm going to check the lobby. I'm not doubting what Katai has said, but I haven't personally seen the exit closed, so I'm curious if it could be forced open, for example. Nobody said anything. Instead, everyone but Shiroya, who was still sitting down, began to slowly walk to the door. I took the opportunity to pull her aside and check on her. This was a He keeps saying that! This was a deliberate attack, and I want to find out who did it if I can. Are you okay with that? Why are you asking me that? If you want to just hole up in a room for 12 hours, I'll respect it. But I don't want the person or people responsible getting away. I think you feel the same way. Yeah, I don't want to get caught up in something dangerous, Atsuki. It's not like I'm some detective. I know that. But if you notice someone lying or find out something I don't, I want to know. I just figure if we really are trapped here, we should keep track of what happened. The culprit must have gotten trapped, so we can't trust anyone here. I know. Usually the police handle this, but if the cameras are all covered, there might be no records. I think this might have been a deliberate attack. If they got away, I knew perfectly well what she meant without her finishing the sentence. I'm hoping that whoever did this was stupid enough to get caught on camera before that happened. But we'll see. I know you're right. We're not the police. I just don't know who we can trust. Sorry. I'm just trying to process everything. I didn't mean to be so quiet until now. I feel the same way you do. Maybe I feel worse actually. I hate this. I want this to be over. Yeah, me too. Let's get going. I helped Shiroya to her feet and we headed to where everyone else had gone. As we'd stepped into another world, the lobby looked almost as if it had when we had last been there. The lights weren't blackened, but some had been turned off, most likely automatically. Only a bit of the smoke had sneaked through the gaps of the door, forming a dark outline on them. That would have been all if it weren't for the metal shutter blocking the door we'd entered through. Aside from the reception desk, the only thing of note in the room were the couch and cleaning bucket. Everyone seemed to have lapsed into silence except for Katai, who simply appeared as if he didn't know what to tell us. Well, he would also be silent, right? Oh, guess there's no way we're opening that. Isn't it a bit excessive? Why would they trap us like this? I agree that this looks over the top, but I'm afraid the same had occurred. But I'm afraid the same has occurred with every window of the tower, and all the blockades are designed to not let sound pass. We won't be leaving earlier than intended. I apologize that this has happened. Can't you at least tell us why? Why is there a metal shutter here? This doesn't look normal at all. My apologies, but as I said earlier, I'm not allowed to supply that information. But don't misinterpret me. Even though I could give you some details, I'm mostly kept in the dark when it comes to knowing the reasons. I'm only charged with making sure the system is functional, so I wouldn't be able to tell you much about what you want to know. What are the details you know then? Look at it from our perspective. We deserve the basics. I understand, I promise. However, I can't say anything. We all felt the need to sigh. Knowing information was being kept from us wasn't a pleasant thought, and it disrupted any cooperation we might have wished for. However, it would have been pointless to press the issue further. 12 hours it is then. After saying that, he walked up to the shutter and tried to move it aside to confirm that it was as sturdy as it looked. Of course, it didn't budge at all. Oops. Shrugging a little, Sai turned back. This door wasn't closed, by the way. It was slightly opened. Yeah, I saw that. And look, very little smoke passed through it. So it was opened after the smoke was released. Yes, it was closed when we were knocked out. I was the one who opened it. I see. I looked at the other door. Although it was closed, it appeared that more smoke had gone through it. There was something else piquing my curiosity. Katai, you said all methods of escape were sealed. What are those? Or rather, how many of them are on this floor? On this floor, only this one. There are no windows at ground level, so this is all that's locked. The other floors do have windows though, and they were fully sealed too as soon as the alarm went off. Yes, it was me. Yeah, that was a bit weird. He didn't say why he opened it. He was just like, yes, I opened that door. It was I who opened that door. I also opened this door. I also opened this door. In fact, it is I that have the Sekimeiya. Anyway, about trying to figure out who the criminal was. I see. I assumed the point of the smoke was to isolate the event room for an easy path to it, obtain the gem, and then leave with it. But that's strange. He's gonna say the same thing again. Oh, for company reasons, I can't explain why I opened these doors. I'm sorry. Strange? I think that's the most likely scenario too. I say that because the lobby has been left alone. The goal was to bring the Sekimeiya outside. Why wouldn't they also release the smoke here? After all, 2 full hallways were attacked, so why not the lobby too? Yeah, if the goal was to bring the Sekimeiya out during all the confusion, it doesn't make sense that they didn't do it here. I didn't see anything in the hallways, but this is a much bigger room. It could be whatever method they used simply wouldn't have worked here. Maybe. If you wanted to block off the security cameras and then immediately get spotted in this hole, your plan obviously wasn't very well thought out. Could it be that leaving with the Sekimeiya wasn't the goal of the plan? Or maybe that they intend to do it later? Is it realistic to think that anyone could cause panic with the smoke, leave with this incredibly rare item, and not get caught immediately? Even if the cameras were blocked, once outside, you're still one of the last people to exit and would be searched. There's something that comes to mind, and it's why I only asked about this floor's escape routes. The lobby was never used to escape. Now Katai says the windows on the upper floor are sealed, but when they're open, they provide a feasible way out. Keeping in mind that the alarm came late, and that we never actually saw the Sekimeiya, could it be that by the time that we stepped into the room, it already wasn't there? The culprit could have gone up a floor to escape through the windows. Katai hasn't spoken about the footage of this time frame, so he might not have looked at the cameras. Well, I'd hope so. I'd hope he'd looked at the cameras. Isn't that his job? Didn't he say he sits in the security room and looks at all the cameras? I'd hope that he was looking at the cameras at the time. Then again, even if the cameras spotted the culprit, they'd be able to leave through a prepared window route and flee immediately once outside. Then use an automated mechanism to create the smoke and lock the tower right before the Sekimeiya is ever shown to the public. For the people outside, this would make it look as if it's still in the building and entirely obscure the time in which it was stolen. We started our session a bit later than expected because Shiroya and I were slightly delayed, but even if we'd gone faster and seen the missing Sekimeiya, it wouldn't have meant anything to the person who'd successfully stolen it, since we'd be locked inside. If I assume some cameras recorded the culprit leaving through the window, it doesn't make sense the smoke would have been deployed. However, if they also had a way around those cameras using another method, it'd give off the illusion that someone who got trapped must have been the one to steal the Sekimeiya, and only after the smoke showed up. After all, the lobby was left untouched, and no one would have left through it after the smoke appeared. Since the alarm came later, whatever else the culprit did one floor above must have triggered it. Maybe the culprit triggered it purposely, which is why it didn't match the smoke's timing. That would be a bit involved, but it would work. I might be deluding myself a bit too much, but I'm also assuming they were able to get the Sekimeiya out of the cabinet without being noticed, which is probably too hard to believe. Not to mention, Naomi unlocked the cabinet with her key, meaning it was locked by that time. So why would the culprit lock it after getting the Sekimeiya out, let alone have a way to do it? 1 second, I'm gonna get another water. Some oil for the old talking machine. It's just a fireman. Yeah, it's gonna be something stupid. I believe it's far simpler. See, he's gonna say it now. I believe it's far simpler than that, Sai. Kataya took a while to answer, while I'd been thinking. He also had. After all, the lobby doesn't have security cameras. What? I realized immediately I'd already gone too far and got slightly embarrassed. Making up complicated theories was a habit of mine, but making a leap without even considering the facts was the last kind of mistake I needed to make, making given the circumstances. Regardless, that seemed pretty ridiculous. It was a big lobby, so even though I couldn't spot any cameras, I'd figured they were just well hidden. All of us frowned, doubting that decision. I know it might sound strange. Next to the main door are guards who inspect everyone who enters, making sure they don't possess any kind of suspicious item. For this very reason, the fact that a big quantity of smoke was somehow released from inside is already very strange. There's nothing of value in this lobby. The only way to access any valuable item is by entering the actual exhibition section through one of the two hallways. There is no other way to reach the gemstones aside from these two doors. Since there are cameras in the hallways, the entrance to the valuables is monitored. Having them here is simply not necessary. What the hell? You guys aren't very good at the security thing, are you? We have our reasons, but nobody could steal anything and leave without being recorded. Well, okay, I mean, isn't that a bit debatable? Didn't someone steal the Sekimeiya and leave without being recorded? But it meant with the smoked hallways, it was possible someone could have stolen something and left without being seen by the cameras. However, it was pretty hard to believe that they could have managed to leave with a stolen object, even more so after seeing how harsh the security measures were. You said there's no way to make it to the actual rooms containing the gemstones. And what about the door? She was pointing at a smaller door situated behind the reception desk. Oh, that leads to a room right under us. Past the door, a staircase goes to the room that stores the main boiler for the building, the electricity meter, the circuit breakers, and some pieces of furniture that we don't use anymore. Naturally, there are no cameras there either. It's right under us? Yes, the staircase is a semicircle, so that room, which we call the mechanical room, is below the lobby. What about that computer? Can we use it for anything? No, as I said. Well, I mean, he's going to say that the internet connection is cut, but yes, you can use it for something. I'm sure since it's probably, I don't know, I think, wasn't this like 2011? It probably has Windows XP on it, or like Windows Vista. So you can boot up like Solitaire or like, you know, there's plenty of games you could play. If it's Vista, you have, what's it called? Blue Palace? Palace, the one, I think it's called Blue Palace? Isn't it? Blue Palace? Windows Vista? Purple Palace! Purple Palace. Yeah, Purple Palace. No, as I said earlier, the internet connection had been cut. That's not all, though. The alarm also disabled this computer. Oh. Okay, never mind. So the people trapped inside couldn't look through its files. Is the door locked? It's not, since it's right behind the reception counter. Visitors can't enter it. What? What? Yes, they can. Go behind the reception counter. Walk through the door. I doubt that room could have been used for anything regarding this incident. Even if someone managed to make it inside, they would need a key to access the breakers. But it's not like the lights went out. Would Naomi have had that key? Naomi? No, that's not part of her job. I do have it, but I don't think I've ever used it. As a thought, could we power off the system in charge of the alarm to open up the exit? No, of course not. It'd be a big oversight if a thief could go there, force open the lid, and then break free. Not every circuit can be handled from that room, only the basic ones that power on the lights and such. Essential operations like the security system and maintenance functions can't be turned off. I see. Oops. With another escape method eliminated, our spirits sank. What? Meanwhile, Isla had been watching our discussion, stared at us intensely. What is that? She seemed to be looking at Shiroya's neck. This? It's a pendant. I believe it's tanzanite, right? Yeah. Oh, it's really pretty. I want one like it. Tanzanite? I doubt that. This seems to be an imitation. They're very common. How fucking rude. How fucking rude. What the fuck? What a fucking rude comment. Just randomly. Is that so? I don't know. Shiroya gave him a terse reply, obviously displeased. If it's not, then that gem must be worth quite a lot. It doesn't matter though, I really like it. Isla, you wanted to say something else before, right? What was it? Yeah, we came here for the Sekimeiya, right? I just wanted to go see it. She glanced down, expecting to get scolded. But nobody reacted that way. There's no way it's still here, right? What even was it? Sai began looking at me and ended his sentence at Akuro. We hadn't mentioned that we never directly saw the Sekimeiya, so since I'd referred to it being stolen, it's only natural for him to assume it was missing. Actually, we don't know. We were gonna check it when we woke up, but Erina's shout interrupted us. Are you serious? Shiroya and Akro nodded as well, and everyone else had the same look as Sai. It seemed they'd all assumed the Sekimeiya had been stolen. Once again, without warning, Sai made his way out of the lobby. Isla was the first to follow him. No one objected, as we were all curious about what the Sekimeiya actually was, and whether it would be there. Alright, let's check if it's actually there. It's gonna be there, isn't it? Shiroya and I made our way back to the room where we'd fallen unconscious. Once Katai entered, our 7 pairs of eyes focused on the dark-colored curtain that blocked the view to the cabinet's interior. So none of you saw what was behind this curtain before or after the smoke, right? Yes, Naomi was about to raise it, but then the smoke appeared. People went quiet at the mention of Naomi. Given the alarm had played when she'd been there, her disappearance was still peculiar. Let's see then. What do you guys think? Is it still here? It was very hard to think it still would be, and going off their expressions, everyone else agreed with me. I say it is. That would make things more interesting, wouldn't it? And I'm curious about how it looks. Yeah, another clop hit. After those questionable words, Sai proceeded to slowly raise the curtains, exaggerating his own actions. As the curtains was being raised, dust that had gotten stuck on it shook loose and formed a little pile on the floor. The majority of the curtain was covering clean wood that contrasted the stained room. Finally, a transparent pane of glass sheltering a cushion came into view. The curtain had been fully raised. Because of the darkness of the room, it took us a bit to see what was behind the glass. Let me see, is it there? Sai, directly next to the cabinet, stared inside. We all got closer as well. Inside was a red cushion, a color that would have definitely looked beautiful if not for the lack of proper illumination. An egg! And on that cushion, occupying the middle of it, was what appeared to be a white-colored sphere. Looking closer, it wasn't actually a sphere, but an egg-shaped stone. It shined very faintly. Is that what the Sekimeiya is? It's just an egg? It could easily have been mistaken for an actual egg, albeit a large one. However, we all knew it wasn't. Naomi had told us it was an incredibly rare gem, and despite its simplicity, it was pretty and elegant. Right, okay, I'm trying to figure out, like, couldn't the person just have brought in an egg and then replaced the Sekimeiya with the egg when all of that happened? I guess it is covered by a pane of glass, huh? Welcome, Sarah. It's this, right? It wasn't taken. So this is Ashia's big find? An egg? How can we be sure it's the real thing? It is. I've seen it before. I happened to spend hours in front of the security cameras. Isla looked dumbfounded and couldn't help but stare. How disappointing. I guess it still please all those other people. But I came here purely out of curiosity, despite not having any expectations. I'm embarrassed to admit I'm a bit let down. You can call this thing rare all you want, but it's just an egg. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. An incredibly valuable one, apparently. A pile of dust came off the curtain, probably from the smoke, so it should not have been touched. As the curtain was being raised, dust that had gotten stuck on it shook loose and formed a little pile on the floor. Yeah, I guess so. And it's still here? What was all the smoke for then? I know I said I hoped for this to be the case, but I'm not too sure anymore. This probably means that the culprit's plan wasn't really all that elaborate. They might just plan to spend 12 hours with us and take this thing out of here when it's time to leave. And how exactly will they pull that off? I don't know, but it's practically impossible that what's happening doesn't have to do with this, right? The end goal must be to steal it. So this just means that the plan isn't over yet. I'm not so sure. Hey, Katai, do you know if Naomi was aware of the existence of this alarm? Naomi? She should not have been, but I couldn't tell you for sure. Why? Imagine this for a second. Naomi's job is perfectly positioned for this. She acted confused when the attack happened, but was prepared for the smoke. However, the alarm that locked her inside didn't factor into her plan because she wasn't aware of it. Atsuki, you said you heard the alarm a few seconds after the smoke was released. Do you know how many oh, here we go again. Yes, while I was lying with the smoke and trying to figure out what was happening, I calculated the exact seconds between the smoke appearing and the alarm sounding. 20, maybe? Oh, 20 seconds. I see. Yeah, 20 seconds. That adds up to my math. Oh, you see, well, if it was 20 seconds, that's just enough time for Naomi to steal the egg. But it turns out that she didn't realize that the alarm was sounding. So in those 20 seconds, she was getting ready to steal the egg, and then the alarm sounded. So 20 seconds later, pretty much everyone is unconscious, and Naomi hears this alarm. By this point, she doesn't know that it's trapping her in the tower. If she had, she would have pretended to be unconscious until we all woke up. But she didn't. Instead, she obtained the Sekimeiya thanks to her key, and left with it to proceed with her plan. Yeah, it is the same 20-second thing. I'm not sure how it continues now, or how she intended to escape, but she realized that the exit had been blocked off. Katai said this was a very specific alarm that hadn't gone off before, so it makes sense if she didn't recognize the sound. Well, as she continued searching for an exit or a way to continue with her plan, she thought her only choice was to come back, play the confused card. But as she was coming back, she probably heard me opening this door and back down. It's clear she's the most suspicious person in the building. It's possible she was listening to us and heard that we didn't look behind the curtain. By leaving before doing so, we gave her a chance to look innocent. When we were in the hallway, she simply entered the room again, placed the Sekimeiya back in the cabinet. Now it's possible we'll find her playing dumb or pretending to be knocked out somewhere. Well, I mean, this whole story is useless because we can already prove that wrong by the fact that there literally, when we opened, there was dust. Like, that whole thing is completely useless. Wait, okay, hold on. I guess I have to check this. Welcome to the notes. Here you can review past events and write down your own notes. Let's take a quick look at how it works. As you advance through the game, an overview of past events will unlock automatically. Each locked entry is comprised of 3 sections. Title shows the title of the current scene along with the number of the entry. With shows the characters who appear in the scene. It's locked until the entire entry unlocks. Overview summarizes the events that took place during the scene. All the important events will be locked the moment you reach them. Click the Show Notes button to add a new section to the entries. Oh my god, what the hell? In the notes section of every entry you can write your own notes. Use this to keep track of important information and your theories. I don't think character 3 was telling the truth. Important, the sound was heard right when character 3 was going to say something of value. Use the text style options to highlight keywords and structure your notes as you want. Select text and apply blah blah blah. Use the with arrows. Blah blah blah. Click on the overview section of an entry to display. Okay, I get it. Okay. Oh, we have some notes already. After a very long wait, the hallway doors open at 9. Naomi comes from the right door and takes the first group to the event room. As Naomi is unlocking the Sekimeiya cabinet, smoke appears and I fall to the floor. Before losing consciousness, an alarm plays. I reawaken in the event room. Its appearance has drastically changed. Jiroya and Akaro are safe, but Naomi is missing. Okay. It's possible she's not trapped in here with us. Place the Sekimeiya. Now it's possible she'll blah blah blah, claiming she was disoriented and trying to assess the situation. It's impossible that she's not trapped in here with us. I see, that would make sense. It could very well be that this top secret alarm only played whenever someone tried to get the Sekimeiya out of here, and that she hadn't been informed of it. Sai shot Katai a glance, clearly displeased that he had to make that assumption based on limited information. Come on, we haven't found her yet, so shouldn't you wait to draw conclusions until we do? For all we know, she's looking for a way out to help us. You're right, we can't assume Naomi is responsible, and we need to establish something that clears her name a little bit. Even though you guys just tried to explain things with the delayed alarm, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Naomi's job was to explain everything about the Sekimeiya and make sure the exhibition happened smoothly. An alarm that's triggered when the Sekimeiya is removed is something she would know about, so thinking that she was unaware of it is pretty ridiculous. And while her position is convenient to orchestrate this, it also makes her a very strong suspect from the get-go. I can't be sure of this, but the time I heard the alarm, I did hear the sound of a body falling, and given all three of us were already down on the floor, it must have been Naomi's. On top of that, the cabinet hadn't been opened, so if she opened it while I was on the floor and triggered the alarm, I think I would have heard it. Surely she would have waited on... not to mention how risky this is. Surely she would have waited until all of us were definitely unconscious to get the Sekimeiya out. This also implies the alarm was unstable. Even if she triggered it by opening the cabinet, she had previously unlocked it. Wouldn't the alarm have gone off when someone forced it open, not when someone opened it after unlocking it? Also, there's one thing that's totally impossible, and that is that the Sekimeiya was first stolen then brought back. Akaro seemed intrigued to know why this idea was incorrect. Remember the curtain back then? Oh, I think I see what you mean. The black substance... Well, shouldn't I have, like, chose this? Shouldn't I have, like... Shouldn't they be like, find a reason why it's totally impossible, but now they're just solving it without me even doing anything. The black substance was already dried on the curtain, but just now when Sai raised it, a bunch of those particles fell on the floor and almost none of them stayed on the curtain. So it didn't move after you left. And it's not possible to touch the glass without moving the curtain. The Sekimeiya must have also been here when we woke up. It could be that Naomi brought the Sekimeiya back while we were still sleeping. That wouldn't contradict anything, since the substance might not have fully dried on the curtain by that point. That doesn't make sense either, though. She would have only done that if she could have accounted for the alarm, so if she gave up on her plan and placed the Sekimeiya back before we woke up, she would have also closed her eyes and laid on the floor as if nothing had happened. Regardless of what the exact events had been, the Sekimeiya was inside its cabinet. What had the point of the smoke been? What had triggered the alarm? And what would happen next? It still felt surreal. Everything that had suddenly happened. Can I touch it? What? No, don't. No, I mean, didn't they literally say at the beginning that you were supposed to touch it? Wasn't that like the whole thing? We were like making fun of it? Because they said all hands within the cabinet. Isla had been staring at the Sekimeiya with an astonished face. Maybe because it seemed to be the core of everything. Touching it must have sounded almost dangerous. Why not? Naomi was going to let us do it. Is this even open? It looks like the glass is shut. It shouldn't be. According to what Naomi said earlier, the key that she had would have unlocked it. If it's open, you should be able to move the glass. Let me see. It's open, yes. I can scroll the glass down. Scroll it down. Alright, I'm gonna be right back a second. I need to go take a quick... Alright, I decided to quickly grab some food as well. I'm not gonna eat it now, but now it's there. Welcome, Hempy. Welcome in. Let's continue. The glass had a little opening to put your fingers in and push it down. If the lock was open, we'd be able to move it. From the looks of it, it wasn't particularly sturdy or thick glass, so breaking it with force seemed possible too. Care to spare some? Homeless ant. Sai scrolled it all the way down, and we fixated our eyes on the Sekimeiya, no longer protected by any layer of security. Isla extended her arms slowly. Nobody expected Erna to look concerned about her doing it. But I could tell that Shiroya was still agitated by the fact that none of them wanted to drop everything and find the missing person. Before Isla got to touch the Sekimeiya, she spoke. It's cold. You're right, actually. The air inside the cabinet is cold. Oh, right. I was told about this. Apparently the Sekimeiya must remain in a cold place. This was a very basic thing everyone was told. It sounded very important. Why would that be needed? I'm afraid I'm clueless, which is why the temperature inside the cabinet is very low, though. This is going to be important later, isn't it? That sounded interesting. For whatever reason, the Sekimeiya had to always stay in a cold place, or at least that was what the Ashia family had instructed. Do we check what happens if we get it out? What? Of course not. The Sekimeiya must remain inside this cabinet. We were very specifically told not to remove it or subject it to any kind of heat. Look, oh, jeez. Calm down, Katai. Jesus. I suppose it's still Katai's duty to act according to the rules. If something happened to the Sekimeiya, there would probably not be a positive outcome for him, given that he was basically supervising us. Assuming the blame didn't get shifted to Naomi for some reason at least. If the Sekimeiya was actually left here due to the cold temperature, it follows whoever put the attack together must have somehow learned of that requirement. Isla, who'd paused her movement due to Katai's serious voice, continued moving her arm toward the Sekimeiya. In just a second, she placed her small hand on top of it. Silently, she felt it for a few moments before letting go of before letting out an amazed gasp. Oh, it's super smooth. I love it. I mean, it's an egg. She started feeling it conspicuously with a smile on her face. Is it? Naomi did say touching it was part of the experience. Shiroya joined her, evidently trying to make Isla feel better. You're right. This feels very pleasant to the touch and also really cold. Worth all the advertisements and expectations? Yes! No, not really. But touching it is pretty relaxing. It feels almost silky. Given our situation and the fact that Naomi is still missing, we should let this be. I know we'll most likely be here for 12 hours, but this piece is very important, and we should not be careless. Sai and I were going to be the next ones to touch it, but we had to respect that. Without responding verbally, Isla and Shiroya removed their hands from the cabinet. Katai's request was a reasonable one, and we still had more important things to think about. Even though 6 of us had to come to see the Sekimeiya, only Isla seemed to have a legitimately strong interest in it. I looked at the left side of the cabinet, expecting to find something. There was the keyhole Naomi had used. It says unlock right here. This is how Naomi unlocked the cabinet, Katai. Do you know how many keys can open it? I don't know for sure, but certainly not many. I'm only aware of the one Naomi had. So the only person who can open this is Naomi, who just happened to disappear and might be hiding somewhere. Stop assuming her intentions are bad just because we haven't seen her yet. We have to find her as soon as we can. Yes, but before that we have to contact the outside from the security room. I would like to know what our situation actually looks like, and if Naomi went upstairs all by herself and chose to leave us unconscious, I won't be prioritizing her now. I guess so. Splitting up is probably a bad idea, but if she isn't back when we finish, we really need to go looking. There wasn't any opposition. If Naomi intended to show herself to us, she would come back eventually. We worked under the assumption that she still had the cabinet key. However, if she'd ever fallen unconscious, someone could have easily grabbed it, maybe failing to recognize that the cabinet was already unlocked. If she'd woken up as that happened, the culprit might have panicked and been responsible for her disappearance. But that was the worst case scenario, and not something we could easily jump to. It was true that contacting the outside was much more important. Let's go to the security room. That is where I work. We're very close to it actually. It is beneficial to have it on the lowest floor next to the entrance. Katai closed the glass and gave us a look that once again indicated how precious of an item the Sekimeiya was. Subsequently, he opened the opposite door of the room. Past it was a very similar hallway. Like in the other one, the ceiling and walls were stained by an ugly dark color. It had been a while since the smoke's release, so the substance was fully dried up, letting more light pass through. Once everyone was with us, I peeked into one of the rooms in front of us. As Akuro had said, it looked clean, creating the same contrast as the lobby. The light worked perfectly, and there was almost no trace of the smoke apart from the small amount that passed through the gaps of the door. It seemed the function of the room was only to showcase different kinds of gemstones placed inside the cabinet. I couldn't be sure though, as all of them were covered by curtains. It's that door. Without moving, Katai indicated a single door that stood out. While all the others were normal wooden doors, that one was grey and looked much more sturdy. Once Katai approached it, we walked behind. On it was a nameplate with the words "Security Room." Katai grabbed the doorknob, and upon turning it, he tried to push the door forward. However, it didn't budge. Oh, right. I locked it earlier. Let me see. You locked it? Yes, I have a key right here. Taking a couple of keys out of his pocket, Katai inserted one of them into the keyhole. This is an important room. When I left, I wasn't exactly aware of the situation, given I couldn't see through some of the cameras. I found it appropriate to lock the only room that allows communication with the outside until I knew more about what had happened. That was probably a good idea. With a simple turn, the door was audibly unlocked. Before entering, I inquired about something I found next to it. Oh, is this a map? I almost didn't notice it because the entire wall looks the same. Yes, it's a map of the first floor. The rooms labeled with a letter and a number are what we call the crystal rooms, since they're exhibition rooms where all the gemstones are displayed. I brushed off the dry dust and looked at it. Minimap unlocked. Press middle click to access it. You can display it permanently in Settings General Other. Okay. Storeroom, staff room, cleaning room, event room, security room. Ah, okay, so we went in here, walked in there. They made it seem much bigger than it looks like, because like I'm thinking when we started the game, we walked through this door and they were like, oh, we don't see anyone, but the room's right here. I expected it to be like, oh, the room's down here, but it's like the room is literally right here. Yeah, I feel like it wouldn't be that hard. As Katai had said, the map only showed the first floor's content, and it seemed the stairs and an elevator would lead us to the others. It was the only floor that was usually open to the public, so there were a large number of rooms to visit. We found ourselves in hallway A, next to the security room, and had plenty left of the whole floor to look through. As a notable point, the event room was the only place that connected both hallways, apart from the lobby and the perpendicular hallway C. As expected, there were bathrooms too, so we wouldn't have to worry on that front. There's light coming from the end of the hallways. That means the horizontal one wasn't hit by the smoke, right? Yes, only these sections were. Kitai, who'd claimed to have slightly inspected the floor, showed us exactly where the smoke had been released. Okay. It's crazy that it's like stops right there. The smoke just knew. I can't go any further than this. So if one of the goals of the smoke was to disable the security cameras, they didn't use hallway C for anything. Yes, I looked at the live footage of it while I was in this room, and no one showed up. They still would have had 2 available ways to cross the hallways though. Everyone looked pensive, including Isla, but they voiced none of their thoughts. The layout was pretty simple, remembering it wouldn't be a problem, but we could always look at the map again. Kitai... Wait, so... Okay, so you... What the hell is this? Unfocused. All session. BGM duo? Oh, what the hell? Okay. Kitai waited until everyone was done examining it to open the door. Like the lobby and the room I just looked into, the place was completely clean, and no traces of smoke could be found, not even any that had slipped through the door. However, the contrast wasn't as noticeable as given the room's dark colors and faint light. Paying no mind to everyone's silence, Kitai made his way to the chair and sat down. When he moved the mouse, the computer exited its suspended state and reactivated the 3 monitors above it, showing us what the last person to use it had been doing. Above those 3 screens were many more monitors that displayed the real-time footage of the cameras. While there was no way every room of every floor was shown there, at first glance there was no trace of Naomi or another person. All these security cameras. Does this mean we'll be able to look at the recorded footage? We should be able to. I don't believe you'd be authorized to, but given the situation, we might be able to look at it after we talk with the outside. That was an interesting proposition. Looking at the recorded footage might have revealed the source of the smoke. If someone else hadn't been able to evacuate, and information on Naomi's whereabouts. We all got closer to Kitai and looked at the screens. It seemed the computer was using a standard operating system. What is that supposed to mean? What does a standard operating system imply? Yes, in this company we use a standard operating system. Is it the time it is right now? Is this the time it is right now? Oh yes, it's 9:41. As Kitai sat next to the numbers that displayed the date, the current time showed 9:41. That meant the exit would unlock at approximately 21:05 in 11 hours and 20 minutes. We started a bit late, so I think the smoke appeared 5 minutes after we left the lobby. I'd say we've been awake for more than 20 minutes already, so this would mean we were unconscious for about 15 minutes. Yes, this matches with the amount of time I stayed here after I saw the smoke. Shortly after that, the alarm went off, so I knew I was already trapped. During that time, until I exited, I kept my eyes on the cameras. I also tried to use the computer to look up information about what had happened, but the alarm even shut down my internet connection. Wait, what? Why would it do that? You said you still have a way to communicate with the outside, so why didn't you use it? Oh, I did not find it appropriate. What? You didn't find it there's like a giant alarm going out, and the first thing on your mind isn't to like alert the outside? Is that serious? Is that like a joke? My top priority was to find out what was happening here, so I focused on looking at all the cameras that remained functional. Don't you think a very good way to find out what was happening would have been to ask the outside? You might be right. That could have been a smarter choice, but I did not think it through well enough. So, even though the internet connection is cut off, you have a communication method? Yes, this computer is connected to all the computers on the upper floor. Even though there's no connection, a way exists to connect with the Ashiya family, and only the security staff knows about it. It does not use a normal internet connection. It was designed in case of emergencies. So if you weren't here, we would have to spend 12 hours locked up not knowing what's actually happening, and without a way to communicate with the outside world. I'm still confused. What happened to all the phones? They literally made a point in the beginning that we put all our phones aside in the lobby. What happened to those? They haven't brought those up since. Yes, it sounds rough, but this alarm doesn't go off for no reason. We should just be content with the fact that I stayed inside. I wouldn't have been doing my job if I had evacuated. Nobody had anything else to add, so Katai proceeded. Deep within many folders, he started up a program that contained a very simple interface. After inputting a username and a password we couldn't read, he pressed the Enter key. The small window shifted into a much larger and empty one. The first thing we noticed was a loud, unintelligible audio feed that was being played. Seconds later, a video appeared in the center of the window. Is this a car? Yeah, it looks like a car seat. Everyone looked at Katai, but he shrugged and kept watching. The video was properly live. The echo was obnoxiously loud. We could hear many people talking in the background, but it was impossible to make out any words. We continued staring at the screen, unsure what we were actually looking at. Is anything going to change? After more than 15 seconds, nothing had happened and the audio continued playing. This is for communication, right? Can they hear us right now? They actually should be able to. Hello? Can anyone hear us? Hello? Can anyone hear me? Amid the messy noise, we noticed one of the voices was getting louder. I'm from Ashiya, talking from inside the tower. Is anyone there? Oh, yes, it's coming from inside. There's finally an incoming connection. My apologies. Hello? Is this working? Do you see me? The camera was manually moved by the person who sat in front of it. Still inside a car, a police officer was uncertainly fixing his eyes on the lens. Yes, by the looks of it, you're aware of the situation. Katai said that because Ashiya Tower could be seen through the car's windows, a great deal of police officers were in front of it, and I could see that the metal shutter looked just as ridiculous from the outside. A new club beat. What is with this game and just adding club beats to everything? This one is even more ridiculous than the rest. It was a bizarre thought knowing that we were inside. We definitely hadn't been on a streak of good luck, but getting trapped inside a building the first time we'd stepped into it let us know that life wouldn't feel like redeeming itself anytime soon. I have been trying to act composed and stave off all my negative thoughts, but the prospect of having to spend another 11 hours in a building was daunting, and Shiroya surely felt similar. We know what occurred, yes. The Ashiya family was in contact with us, and we were informed of this communication method. Since a member of the security staff was assumed to still be in the tower, we kept this device with us, expecting it to be activated at any moment. I'm a police officer. My name is Siripo. So, can you see us? Ah, no, I can only receive audio feed. The man sounded a bit thrown off after hearing the voice of a little girl. It was only natural, given the vast majority of people who'd been inside were adults. High tension. I guess it is high tension music, yeah. What happened in there? How many of you are inside? There should be 8 of us, even though only 7 are present. However, we can't be certain someone else didn't get trapped inside either. We have not inspected the entire building yet. You're in the security room, right? If there were more people, couldn't you see them through the security cameras? Let me see, we just got here. We haven't extensively. Some cameras have been disabled by the smoke, and some places are without cameras. And try looking through the ones that remain functional. Since the number of monitors weren't enough to display all the live cameras at once, Katai started to move through them with a program that seemed to manage the entire system. Presumably, only the first floor was being monitored continuously, being the one with unfettered public access. He was able to change all the cameras being displayed at once, making the process simple, brief. As he'd said, the only thing to be seen through a handful of them was a black screen created by the smoke. Even after the substance had solidified, there was no chance we could see well through it. Strangely enough, the last cameras that Katai displayed showcased a much different environment. The first floor had contained all the exhibition rooms, and from there, it had only been dull offices. But some of the cameras were displaying a bedroom. What? This must look odd to you all, correct? Do you know the story of this place? This was the Ashia family's residence until a decade ago. Then its purpose changed, and the work floors began to be added. This is why it's called a tower. The townspeople saw that the floors kept being constructed, and they started to call it a tower sarcastically, as if it would never stop increasing in height. I don't know if Ashia liked the name or if they officialized it to counter its negative connotations. You might have also heard it called the Ashia skyscraper. What you're seeing is the very top floor. When the structure was expanded for a while, the living area was kept at as the highest floor, and now it's referred to as the Ashia floor or the attic. It's not possible to enter without a very particular key, one I most certainly don't possess. In fact, I've never set foot inside it, despite monitoring these cameras daily. Of course, the cameras were installed after the place stopped being their residence, and they were only placed in some of the rooms before continuing was deemed unnecessary. The initial reason was to make sure it was preserved well, given that it was of great importance to the Ashia family. They were installed with the thought of someone breaking in and expecting to find unguarded, hidden information. However, the installation process was never completed. While I don't know many of the details, I can say that not one time have I seen anything of importance happening inside. That was all well and good, but it didn't mean much to us. Those cameras still showed an entirely desolate space. Every room with a camera is empty at the moment. This doesn't account for places like bathroom areas where the cameras are blocked by smoke, the lobby, other staff-only rooms, and the section of the attic that's not monitored. I'm just curious, but this room doesn't have a camera either, does it? I didn't see it on the monitors. No, it doesn't. For now, the number of us in the building is no lower than 8. We haven't been able to find the 8th person yet, but she must be here. I'm talking about Naomi Kapka, another staff member. I understand. Give me the name of everyone present. I will add a Miss Kapka to the list. I am Katai Kuiji. I am the main person in charge of the tower security system. Everyone else I have with me is a visitor. Understood. What are your names? I'm Irina Majutsu. My daughter Isla Majutsu is who spoke earlier. I'm noting it down. Akaru Isata. Atsuki Hakutoki. Shiroya Murana. Sai. Sai what? Sai Yomiya. Alright, thank you. So adding in Miss Kapka, these are the 8 people we know for sure are currently inside. This will be helpful. Yes, right now she has to be in a place we can't see from here. The chances someone else is too are slim. So how is our situation looking? We'd also appreciate having information. We don't have much to work with, only the testimony from people who were inside at the time. Given all the visitors were in the lobby, we don't have a comprehensive rundown to give you. Unidentified smoke appeared on the first floor. Shortly after, an alarm went off. An effect of this alarm was to seal all the exit routes. We already know this. Why was the alarm triggered, and how can we leave? There's only one thing that triggers the alarm. According to what we've been told, it's forcing open the Sekimeiya cabinet. What do you mean? We were there just now and the cabinet looked fine. Not only that, but the alarm went off. But when the alarm went off, I was in the room with that very cabinet and I didn't hear anything happening to it. That doesn't sound right. This is reliable information that was provided to us, so I don't know if it's possible that something else triggered it. Maybe the system broke. What's for sure is that we just observed the Sekimeiya. Everything there is intact. I'm sure the Ashia family will be glad to hear that. I'll tell them immediately. However, that is as is expected, seeing as all that was stolen were a few gemstones of little value. Everyone had a hard time processing that last sentence. Meanwhile, Surpi looked to be sending a text message, most likely to Ashia, assuring the well-being of the Sekimeiya. What do you mean? What was stolen? Well, naturally after the alarm went off, I took a while to confine everyone who had evacuated. A young individual carrying a black suitcase dashed off, so they were pulled aside. Inside it, we found various gemstones that belonged to Ashia. That individual has refused to say anything. However, we assumed that some part of their actions triggered the alarm. If the Sekimeiya cabinet hasn't been damaged, we'll have to reconsider. If their plan triggered the alarm, how did they manage to avoid getting trapped? We don't know, but since nothing is wrong with the Sekimeiya, this seems to confirm the goal was to divert everyone's attention and steal a bunch of regular gems while everyone in charge thought that they knew the next target. What do you mean the next target? And how long will we need to stay here as a result of the stunt? Both of your questions are related actually. I assume this means you haven't heard of the past incidents? Past incidents? What does that mean? I read about it not too long ago in Yushi News about how Ashia Tower had suffered another robbery yet again by a group called Sin, I believe. Hope they get to wash their faces soon. Surely. Yushi News was a monthly newspaper that released a compilation of every notable recent event. Given our town wasn't very big, it was a popular way to keep oneself updated, but it wasn't something I often looked at. Exactly, the Ashia family and Sin have a history together. Even though Ashia are perceived as a major influence around here, when they attracted people interested in their business, they inevitably drew in competition and enemies too. That's when Sin started moving in. They're a long-running group that specializes in robberies of valuable objects, alongside similar criminal activities. When the Ashia family became an established and wealthy entity, they also became the perfect target for Sin. The fact they had developed in such a calm environment meant their security measures weren't adequate. It's rumored that Sin is a small group of people who work together and put a great deal of effort into their plans. None of them have ever been caught, which evidently gave them a reputation among plenty of people. While the Ashia family might look like an almighty entity for Ushibana residents, They're not at all one in the bigger picture. This led them to focusing on expanding themselves before even foreseeing or trying to prevent these attacks, which have only been getting bolder. The first one happened 2 years ago. The security at the time was nothing special, so it looked like a small job, not anything of particular note. However, since then, the attacks increased in both scale and frequency. I couldn't tell you how big this group calling them itself Sin really is, but they've been tormenting Ashia for a while now. Stopping them has been pretty problematic, and now they're moving in broad daylight with mass panic like this. At least we assume they're involved here. Had such a battle actually been happening in this town I'd always lived in? I'd purposely avoided anything to do with that aspect of Yushibana, but I hadn't heard of Sin even once. I could vaguely recall hearing about Ashia Tower being robbed, but I'd never imagined the situation was so large scale. No one I frequently talked to had an interest in the topic, so if it was common knowledge, I'd never been told. Ashia had always felt like a taboo, and I'd never personally researched them. I think the last time this happened wasn't too long ago, right? I was a bit hesitant to bring Isla here, but she was really excited. Yes, on the 24th of November, 21 days ago, Sin attacked again. Ignoring the latest security upgrade, they made their way in during the night and stole a lot of valuable gems. It's one of the worst blows Ashia has taken. Correct, nothing actually indicates Sin were the ones involved, and in fact, nothing ever does. However, the way everything goes smoothly and all of Ashia's efforts are proven futile screams Sin to everyone. That sounds really weird. So this time, Ashia took it a step further, right? Perhaps we'd all been thinking that. It looked like we had simply been caught in the middle of a rivalry, and Ashia's latest move had imprisoned us. Yes. It's possible that Sin aren't actually involved, given the stolen gems were found. Nonetheless, the method used to get them is still unknown. They were in one of the deepest rooms of the floor you're on. What closed the exit was the alarm, which had never gone off in the past. While Ashir are denying it, malfunctions are a possibility. The alarm was supposed to only go off whenever the Sekimeiya cabinet was forced open. If stealing the gems we found was what triggered it, it doesn't make sense that they were brought outside. And on top of that, you're telling me the Sekimeiya and the cabinet are completely fine. It all sounded very strange, and I was admittedly intrigued. I've been given authority to tell you about Ashia's latest move against Sin, which led to this incident. I see, this is what I felt I could say earlier. Oh my god, fucking jump scared me. Welcome, Ember. Keep in mind that what I'm about to tell you is a confidential matter that you're only allowed to hear because of your circumstances. One constant that has always followed with Sin's attack is that they attack during the night, presumably to minimize risks. Since Sin bypassed anything, as Shia did, without an issue, they recently put their full effort into a way to eliminate the threat. The Sekimeiya exhibition was no more than bait they put out to lure in Sin. That and the alarm they secretly designed were the main two factors of their plan. Oh. Wait, so the Sekimeiya wasn't even real? It's just an egg? It's actually just an egg? What's the point of this game, man? It's just an egg. The tower is equipped with cameras and security. However, Ashia hoped Sin wouldn't anticipate such an abrupt jump in their measures. It's just an egg. There was so much advertising done for this particular showing that everyone in town bought into it. That was the goal. But on the side, Ashia secretly designed the alarm. It is going to be activated whenever the cabinet was forced open. Only one key for the cabinet was made, and the lock was very carefully designed to only allow the correct one. The cabinet itself, however, was one they already had and could easily be broken by force. Well, they're saying that nothing happened to the egg, but they're telling me that the egg is fake. It's literally just it's used to catch the evildoers. The evil egg thieves. Obviously, breaking the glass of the cabinet would also activate the alarm. It was done so that any method of getting the Sekimeiya out without the key would trigger the alarm and trap the culprit in with no way to escape. What the hell is this about? That shutter could have injured people as they were escaping. No, the mechanism is equipped with a sensor. If anyone had been in front of the shutters before it closed, it would have stopped moving until they stepped away. We all kept silent, the realization that our situation was far more unusual than we thought. The final element of the plan was the room you're currently in, the security room. The alarm, along with blocking off all methods of escape, has other smaller functions such as disabling the elevator, some lights, and communication methods. The maximum time the exit was going to be shut for, was about 12 hours. Maximum time? Does it mean it can be less than that? Yes, but please don't get your hopes up. After the alarm, the Sin members that got trapped inside would have no way to leave. You might have noticed the security room's door is sturdier than the others. The last function of the alarm was to lock it. Okay, well, there's a bunch of things that are starting to be really weird to me now. Let's assume that is all that he's telling me right now is correct. Why is he telling me this? Wouldn't there be a chance that I'm Sin? That we are just lying to them? There's no camera. He doesn't know that the security guy, Kitai, is actually Kitai. I could just have stolen his... I could have fucking knocked him out, stolen his badge, and walked over to the camera and been like, yeah, hello guys, it's me, Kitai. Would have no way to leave. You might have noticed the security room's door is sturdier than the others. The last function of the alarm was to lock it. Like the cabinet's lock, once the security room's door is locked, it can only be opened with the actual key, which is possessed by the security staff. Every staff member worked to put this mechanism and plan into effect. They knew very well what they had to do. Today, only Kitai Koichi was present. A security member would be inside the room, constantly monitoring the cameras. Of course, this is always done. Sim members have shown multiple ways to overcome the cameras, but this time was of little importance. During the time anyone from Sin was trapped, the security member in the security room would have one job: to relay information between the inside and the outside. This is why the security room is the only place where communication methods aren't cut off. Once it was all over, the security staff would have been able to unlock the exit before 12 hours had passed. To ultimately ensure nothing funny occurred, that request would have to be approved by the Ashia family themselves. Only then would the exit be opened before the maximum time. So what, they aren't approving it? No, they can't. They don't know why, but they are unable to access the command that would let them give their approval to open the exit. They aren't sure, but most likely something went wrong. Given the cause of the alarm is unknown, the most reasonable explanation is a malfunction. Hey Kitai, you knew about this function, right? Why did you say that we'd be here for 12 hours without mentioning that you had the chance to open the shutters earlier? Oh, back then I didn't think I was allowed to explain the mechanism and the reason behind the alarm, but I was certain we wouldn't be leaving before the time was up. When I was still in this room, I noticed the same thing the Ashia family noticed. I didn't have permission to access that command. That meant that we would have to spend the full time here. In case something went wrong, this failsafe was designed. The exit would always open 12 hours after it's locked. Obviously, that much time ensured that a Sin member had gotten trapped. They couldn't escape when the time ran out. How is it possible that you don't have access to it? Can't you fix it? I'm afraid I wouldn't know where to start. I have no clue what caused it. But if the Ashia family is encountering the same error, it doesn't look like something I could solve. Then isn't there a way to take down the shutters from the outside? No. The attack was assumed to come during the night, but it happened this morning instead. I don't know a lot of detail about it, but evidently Ashia were going to trap at least one Sin member inside and try to squeeze them for information over the security room microphone. No one really knows how big Sin is, but the shutters were designed in such a way, in case members came to rescue their trapped comrades, they couldn't do anything from the outside. This is why, in much the same way, we can't do anything to break down without a method that would also collapse the entire building. They might look flimsy, but I guarantee you, they're not. I'm confused, Katai. If you knew about this, why did you ever leave the security room? Why didn't you use the microphone to talk to the trapped culprit, as you'd all agreed? To tell you the truth, I did. All of you were unconscious though, so you didn't hear me. I didn't receive any reply, and since the most important cameras had been disabled, I wanted to see for myself what had happened. So all of this means there is no way out right now, at all. Yes, Ashia informed us of this plan days ago. They were certain Sin would attack, so the police had to be caught up. Since today was the last possible day, we were all anticipating Sin to come during the night, long before 9 AM. I myself was in the tower, aware that the chances of a theft were incredibly likely. I was in contact with the Shia staff about what the procedure would be if something were to happen. Sure enough, after thinking about it, I recall seeing him next to the entrance while we'd all been waiting. I left before the hallway doors opened. We were told something could still happen, and one of us had also been pretty insistent in saying there'd been an attack. That's why we stayed outside, and were able to contain everyone, who evacuated quickly. What, can you, does it, what? I guess that doesn't really help. I believe this is the scenario Ashia will be going with. This was an attack by Sin intended to subvert their expectations and target a lot of regular gems instead of the Sekimeiya. Maybe it would have been a success if it hadn't been for the new alarm. The suitcase was discovered right away and all the gems were retrieved. It's possible the alarm went off due to a malfunction, which is also preventing them from opening the exit before the maximum time. Right now all they can do is wait and tell you guys to do the same. They don't believe anything else has happened and will most likely be calling this their victory. I'm sorry I can't be of more help. While some details are still unclear, it all more or less makes sense. Alright, is there anything else you should tell us? I don't believe so. There's nothing you should worry about besides having to be in there for a while. I personally apologize for all the inconvenience, and I'm sure Ashia will compensate all of you for being innocently trapped. Nobody wanted to mention that someone among us! Among us! This is the only occurrence of Among Us. might not have been innocently trapped, and instead we stayed silent, thinking about the hours that awaited us. Was that really everything, though? Was it all just a malfunction? Was sin actually involved? I knew many things didn't quite add up. What the hell had happened to Naomi on top of it all? Recently there had been a similar attack in Yoshibana, where smoke had also been released. Assuming the sin was involved in that attack on the tower, it was a pretty easy leap to assume that they had been behind the others. So what are we gonna do? 12 hours is a lot of time. Can we go to the Sekimeiya again? I think you should first reunite with Miss Kapka. After that, make sure not to do anything Ashia might not be happy with, or they could find a way to avoid compensating you. Suripo forced a smile and was forced to put an end to the conversation. Suddenly, one of the three monitors, the leftmost one, went black. What? What just happened to the screen? Sai, who was the one in front of it, was the first to react. Let me see. It's possible the computer stopped recognizing the screen. 1 second. Sai's overreaction threw everyone off, including Suripo. That was because he had only been looking at the middle screen, and the computer was still working. The leftmost screen had been displaying nothing but an empty part of the desktop. Regardless, Sai quickly grabbed the mouse, navigated to the screen configuration settings. At least you aren't using some custom operating system. I know what I'm looking for. What? What? That's such a weird thing to say. I see. How strange. The left monitor isn't being detected at all. Does it matter? The computer didn't actually shut down, did it? Oh no, obviously not. We can still hear and see you. Sorry, I was just confused. I don't know what caused it though. It just stopped detecting it out of the blue. You'll have time to figure it out. For now there are better things. Suripo never finished that sentence. Before he could, the other two screens also went black. What happened now? It wasn't only the screens this time. The computer seems to have shut down too. How? What the hell? Shiroya, Erina, and Isla were looking upward. It seemed the three computer screens weren't the only ones to shut off. All the security cameras too? Oh no. The light works, so it can't be a power outage. Did a cable get disconnected? Katai crouched under the desk and looked behind the computer. There's nothing that looks wrong. He pressed the power button multiple times, but the computer refused to start up. What the hell just happened? Was it Naomi? Naomi? We were almost done with Suripo. It was time to look at the recorded footage. If it implicated her, she might have been responsible for the computer shutting off. Is she listening to us? Katai sprinted out of the room and looked at both sides of the hallway. He even peeked at the lobby. While he was out, everyone's focus had diverted to the door. I noticed something behind me. Sai had just taken his arm away from the leftmost monitor. When he noticed I was looking at him, our eyes met, and he smirked. What? Is this gonna... What? Okay. Before I could think, noise filled the room again. Katai came back, panting. It seemed the possibility of being spied on in his workroom had really gotten to him. We didn't have to ask to know what he'd found, to know he'd found nothing. Do you know how someone would have turned off the computer from outside the room? No, that should be impossible. I mean, surely. What? Surely not. As I said earlier, underneath the lobby is the panel that handles the tower electricity. While it isn't incredibly well protected, it should be impossible to power off the main computer from there. That doesn't make sense. Are you sure it wouldn't be possible? I have worked here for many years, so yes. Maybe we should go check anyway. I agree. Let me go with you, esteemed visitor. What? Without waiting for a reply, Sai grabbed me by my shirt and lightly ushered me out of the room. Hey, wait. He didn't wait. It's fine, I'll be right back. That must have been enough for Shiroya. She didn't follow us. I did actually want to see the panel, so I let Sai do what he wanted. It was better to not put up with a fight if he gave me the same result either way. We talked about the room before, so we knew how to access it even though it wasn't marked on the map. Sai walked without uttering a word, and I followed behind. I wanted to ask what exactly was up with him, but the words didn't leave my mouth. We went past the reception desk. Being behind it was a strange feeling, but I didn't have time to look around. As Katai had said, the door to the mechanical room was unlocked. Past it was a very narrow and dark staircase that made a sharp turn to the right. Is this the staircase from the SCP? We're gonna walk down and we're gonna die? Whoa, how scary. You go first. His nonchalant way of speaking made it clear he wasn't being serious. If it was supposed to be a joke, it didn't seem very appropriate. Nonetheless, I entered the stairwell first. The ceiling became a bit lower, which required me to crouch to advance. Both of us stepped into the mechanical room after opening a smaller second door. The temperature didn't change, but the light was very dim. Why did I say it like that? But the light was very dim. Much worse in quality than the other ones used throughout the tower. The illumination was worse than the smoke-filled hallways. High up on the wall was the panel Katai described. I had to move aside a low table to walk up to it, but reaching it didn't present a problem. I could easily touch the ceiling with my hand. I looked around me. Past all the cobwebs, I could see the boiler Katai had mentioned. It emitted a constant buzzing sound. There were also small, worn-out pieces of furniture littered around, presumably because nothing bigger could fit in the staircase. It seems he was right. All the switches are on. Yeah, this probably hasn't been used lately. It's covered in dust. I agree. The panel was protected by a plastic cover with a key lock, and every switch had a label on top of it. They were hard to read, but the one labeled security room, just like all the others, was on. Can I ask something? Do you believe a word? Oh. Do you believe a word of what Katai has been saying? What? What do you mean? That took me by surprise. Maybe not so much the fact that he's been suspecting Katai, but that he asked me so suddenly. I mean what I said. Everything that Katai has said. There's no way you believe it, right? From the beginning, when he found us, when he claimed to have searched the entire floor without finding your group. About monitoring the cameras and trying to open the exit. Remember what he said? That he hadn't found it appropriate to try to talk to the outside, instead kept looking at the available cameras? You can't seriously tell me you believe that. I don't know. It's true that I've always thought some of his claims sounded a bit off, but this might be taking it a bit too far. I can't definitely doubt what he said. That he panicked and prioritized figuring out what was happening before trying to contact anyone. It's weird that he didn't find us, yeah, but he said he hadn't thoroughly examined the floor. He's been helpful to us, let us contact the police. I don't think he's as suspicious as you think. Then I'll put it bluntly. I guarantee you that everything he's said has been a lie. Don't trust anything he says. How can you be sure? You're free to not believe me. I told you this because I thought you'd realized it earlier. He smiled the same way as earlier and left the room with a shrug. From his face, all I could make out was that he was trying to have fun, but I couldn't tell if he was just messing with me. I went upstairs through the door. Through the door I saw Sai in hallway B. I wanted to shout at him, but I caught up to him instead. There's hallway C ahead, the one that's clean. Do you feel like investigating the upper floors? What? Let's go back. He ignored me and kept walking forward. Instead of repeating myself, I feel like being the one to ask something. What do you think happened to Naomi? I couldn't quite grasp Sai's behavior, but he was also trying to piece things together and might have agreed that more than met the eye was going on. He didn't seem unintelligent, and since his approach appeared different from mine, his input was potentially useful. I couldn't tell you for sure. Kitai seemed fine looking through the monitors. It was also not his priority. This probably means that either he doesn't think much of Naomi's disappearance, or he knew we wouldn't spot her even if we looked through all the available cameras. Are you sure she's really passed out? I'm almost certain, yes. Then it's hard to believe she regained consciousness before a person as big as Akaro did. If she really inhaled the smoke and wasn't there by the time the three of you woke up, the easy explanation is that she was moved. Who would do that though, and why? How about the only person out of all of us who was conscious at the time? But why? Don't ask me. It certainly makes him look obviously suspicious. So if he still did it, he must have had a good reason. Let's check the Sekimeiya. I entered this hallway so that they wouldn't see us from the security room. Why? He turned to the left and opened the event room door. Why else though? He wanted to see if it was still there. If it's not here, Naomi took it. It's as simple as that. So I'm only curious. This is all very strange now. But I guess that makes sense since it's like a, mystery game that it's supposed to be strange. Sure, go ahead. It'd be pretty interesting if it wasn't here. We would know we hadn't taken it, but the other five wouldn't. Not only has this room's cameras been blocked off, now they can't access any. Imagine we tell them the cabinet was empty. They would have 3 suspects. If we look throughout the entire tower and can't find Naomi, do you think they'd suspect us? They would insist it could only have been us, that Naomi was never trapped to begin with, and we would be the only ones to know the truth. How would you suggest we defend ourselves? I don't know, I'm sure Shiroya would believe me. I honestly doubt they would actually suspect us. You might be right. What if I claim you took off running and came here? That could be why we took so long. Why the hell are you acting like this? Don't worry, I wouldn't do that. Let's see, in case it's not here, should we tell them? Of course. Why? We would be certain only Naomi or a mysterious 9th person could have taken it, but from their point of view, we would be possible suspects too. If we didn't tell them, we could proceed to split up. Someone would find out that the Sekimeiya was stolen, which would lead to many more possible suspects, and their focus on us would be decreased. They'd have no way to know that we had. They'd have no way to know we had already seen the empty cabinet. It might seem unfair for them, since we're giving them a bunch of fake suspects, but I'd say it's pretty fair for us, since we know we didn't do it, right? I wasn't sure how to respond. I didn't disagree with him, but it's hard for me to humor his presumptuous attitude, although I couldn't easily imagine being suspected. The thought of him falsely accusing me was a bit unnerving. Sai didn't make a lot of sense to me unless I assumed that he was just messing around for the sake of messing around. Whatever, let's look first. I walked forward and raised the curtain. Unlike before, very few dust particles fell off, leaving the pile on the floor practically unchanged. Here it is. I wanted to say something along the lines of, "See, you're just being paranoid," but he beat me to it. Of course it is. After all, if it weren't, it could only have been Naomi, and that'd be too simple. Are you sure you wouldn't want to consider the other 5 conspiring together and taking it while we were in the mechanical room? Then they could point the finger at us. What exactly is your deal? What were you even doing behind the monitor earlier? That's what I was talking about. You should think about it. You should think about what I told you. I could only sigh. I lowered the curtain and left the room. Then we returned to the security room. Everyone but Katai was next to the monitors. He was on the ground, and from the looks of it, he hadn't fixed a thing. You were gone for a while. Yeah, we took the time to go look at the bathroom. Had no reason not to call him out, but that might have pointlessly complicated things ended up being exactly what he wanted. His approach to our situation was an enigma. That is a really, really dumb thing to say, because if they find Naomi in the bathroom, or if they'd went to the bathroom. Shiroya was looking right at me, so I decided to ignore Sai's lie and move on. How are things going? Katai has been trying to power the computer back on. It doesn't seem like he's achieving much, though. He appeared to be messing with some cables on the table. After a few seconds, he got out and stood up. Let's try again. We pressed the power button, but nothing happened. Damn it. I don't know what the problem is. Oh, I assume all the power switches were on, correct? Yes. He sighed, kneeled down again. I didn't know what he was trying, but so far it hadn't given him any results. Everybody kept looking at him, even though there wasn't much to observe, as Katai's body covered all that he was doing. Sai's predicament replayed in my mind. I guarantee you that everything he said has been a lie. Don't trust anything he says. Why had Sai sounded so sure? And how was Katai trying to fix the issue? If Katai was part of that group, Sin, and had been shamelessly working under the pretense of security, their massive success rate could begin to be explained. Under the table he kept sighing methodically, while making noise with the cables. What does he mean, making noise with the cables? I can't figure out what the problem is. It could have been electricity stopped coming from an outlet. I've been trying many things, but this is just an incomprehensible mess of cables. And I'm not sure the problem is here. Some seconds after nobody had answered, he repeated the cycle of trying to power on the computer, kneeling back down again, messing further with the cables, and standing back up. I apologize, but I don't seem to be able to fix this. I don't know what the cause is, nor what's remaining a problem. All I could do here has proven useless. We understand. The way it happened was odd in the first place. Do you not have any idea what could have gone wrong? Everything just turned off instantly, and this is the office where you work. I just told you, I can't begin to think of anything. However, it wasn't all instant, was it? This monitor was the first one to stop functioning. He was talking, of course, about the leftmost computer monitor. He approached it and examined it carefully. Everything looks fine. It pains for me to say it, but I'm completely lost. Had Sai created the situation? The smirk he'd given me alongside what he'd said seemed to indicate that he at least had something to do with it. Hey Katai, are you done with the cables? Since you got up from there, you haven't tried to power on the computer. Why not? Oh, you're right. I did this a few times when you two were gone, but nothing worked. This time I didn't actually change anything important, so it hardly mattered. While he said that, he approached the computer. With a single finger, he pressed the power button. In the blink of an eye, the middle screen lit up, and a sound that indicated the computer had begun to run echoed throughout the narrow room. Sai met Katai's eyes quietly, and Isla was the first to break the silence. It's finally working again, right? Great. Yes, it seems so. Do you think you were the one to fix it? There is no way. This is as strange as it powering off. I really don't even think I ended up changing anything since the last time I tried it. How bizarre. How bizarre. Yes, it very much is. Do you think this was also done from outside the room? I can't tell. It's possible the electrical system was the problem and that it just fixed itself. Wouldn't the system have powered on automatically if that had happened? Possibly. Katai sat back down on his chair, grabbed the mouse once the computer had finished booting up. After bringing the keyboard closer to him, he logged into his user account. What happened to the cameras though? Even though the computer had been brought back online, a dozen powered-off screens still remained on the wall. The computer is connected to the entire tower, that includes the computers upstairs and the security system. I must first initiate the program that displays the footage up there in real time. Upon saying that, he double-clicked on a security camera logo. The program with a messy interface covered the entire screen. This was running earlier as well, but it was minimized. The cameras won't be shown without it open. After looking at the taskbar icon, I did recognize it from earlier, and it was the same one he'd used to change the cameras being displayed. Katai once again typed out what looked like gibberish as the username, and a password that was obfuscated from us. After he pressed the enter key, access was granted. Alright, this button will start up the system. Below the text, locked in as Katai Kuchi, was a button that read, initialize camera monitoring. This is so like... this is so like, like when you like watch like a movie that has a hacker in it, and their hacking program has like, initiate hack. Yeah, I will boot up hack.exe, and I'm gonna tap on my keyboard. Oh, I need to click the initiate hack.exe, which Katai quickly clicked on. However, upon doing so, an error window showed up. The text, couldn't detect video footage, was written on it. What? What the hell does this mean? I've never seen this error message. You can't look through the cameras? Yes, usually after pressing this button, the screens would turn on and automatically display the live feed the cameras are recording. What if you check the saved footage? Yes, that's what I was going to try. The cursor, controlled by Katai, hovered over and clicked on the archived footage button. Once again though, an error followed by an obnoxious sound appeared, containing the sound, no archived footage detected, no camera system detected. Okay, what the hell is this? This has never happened before. It's outright saying that the camera system isn't being detected. Sai made his way out of the room and returned before anyone had time to be confused. I looked at one of the hallway's security cameras. It's showing a tiny green light. That means it's currently functioning and recording, right? Yes, if the green light is there, it means the camera is recording. So the problem here is that we can't currently access the live footage or look at the recordings. The cameras are still actually functioning. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. Because it's been 3 hours now, so I will take a quick break. I guess I should put this time I should put the break thing up so people know. Alright, be right back.
500.
Alright. We are back. I've got more water as well. Oh, what the hell? Yes, I think so. For some reason the computer won't connect to the system. The system. Eh, looking at the recorded footage so easily sounded too good to be true anyway. I'd be doubting we would find anything in the recording since the relevant cameras had been disabled by the smoke. But it's true. It was true that it could have given us crucial information, especially regarding Naomi. Well, let's talk to the police again. They might know what caused this. You're right. We should still be able to do that. Give me a second. Kitai did everything he'd done the last time. When the small window appeared, he input a password and pressed the enter key. Access denied appeared in red letters below the login information. What? Access denied? What the fuck does it mean by that? This guy always needs to, like, say it so aggressively. Like, why? Couldn't he just say, what does it mean by that? What the fuck does it mean by that? That's what I was about to say. I know I'm repeating myself here, but this has never happened before. I'll try again. He re-entered the login information 4 times, but that same message kept reappearing. My caps lock was on? Oh, yeah, his caps lock. Maybe that could be why. Would it say a wrong account information, or would it say access denied? What would it say? I don't understand this. Do you think your authority has been revoked? It must, but why? Why would that happen now? It's not like we can contact the outside to ask. I know you said earlier that the alarm cut off the access to the internet, but everything's out of order anyway. So there's no harm in checking. Yes, you're right. It might not be disabled. Kitai double-clicked the browser icon and we were met with a white screen containing the information. There is no internet connection. Okay. To further make sure, he typed a common URL, but the same screen appeared. Guess we're not getting that lucky. I'm sorry, I don't think I can do anything about this. It's okay, it's not your fault. If we can't access the security cameras or connect to the outside, our priority should be to investigate this whole building. Naomi's still a mystery. That's true. We should try to find her and gather any useful information we can. A common URL. But how could this have happened? I don't understand it. The timing was too coincidental. Did Ashia remotely power off the computer to revoke my access? All I could do with it was talk to them. Maybe the problem with this security system is a side effect of whatever happened. I will stay here for a bit while you go. I have a couple more things to do. Such as? Well, I'd like to investigate more about what caused the shutdown. The security system not being detected is very strange. And in addition, it seems my authority might have been revoked. You must understand how odd of a situation this is for me. I'd like to see if I can figure something out. However, there are a few things I'll work on for sure. This computer is still connected to the rest of the tower, so I can undo a few smaller effects of the alarm. I can try to restore the power to the elevator and some lights. Those don't really require any kind of lock-in. I'll catch up with you all once I'm done. I see. That sounds fair to me. We'll go then. Should we really be splitting up? It'd be better if we moved in groups at least. There's no real point to any of you staying here. I am the only person here who knows how to access these parts of the system, and it would be better to have an elevator available than not. Go ahead. Alright, good luck. It's weird to think that Naomi is still out there and hasn't tried to reach us, so I'm a bit worried. You're right. Let's go with them, Isla. Everybody started to look a bit more tense in the hallway. Maybe because we hadn't yet seen anything beyond the first door, or maybe because the reality of being trapped was creeping in. I looked at the cameras and noticed that the tiny green recording light could only be noticed on some of them, as the dried smoke fully covered a good number. We walked together a few steps until we all stopped silently. Our task was to investigate a huge building we had never entered before, only to track down someone who could have been hiding with malicious intent. Isla started talking casually to Erina about their daily life. I didn't disturb them, figuring it was better if Isla remained as calm as possible. I leaned against the wall next to Shiroya. I didn't think she wanted to talk, so I kept quiet. Oops. The handrail made the position uncomfortable, but I tried not to mind it. Instead, I focused on thinking. What exactly had happened in the security room? What had Sai done? I looked at him. He wore a silent, carefree expression, appearing almost on a different plane from the rest of us. Earlier, when I looked at him after Katai rushed out of the room, he took his hand out from behind the leftmost monitor. What exactly did I see? Let me take a different approach. Assuming the monitor powering off was his doing, what could the reason be? What did he do right after the monitor stopped working? He tried to see what had happened, but if he'd been the one to cause it, that couldn't have been his goal. After considering a couple of possibilities, an idea came to me. If I was right, what he told me later made sense. I guarantee you that everything he said has been a lie. Don't trust anything he says. At that point, with what he did to the monitor, he's probably confirming his suspicion. He was right. A lot of things Katai has been saying have been questionable at best, but now that I think about it, there was one major thing that I overlooked. Katai grabbed the doorknob, and upon turning it, he tried to push the door forward. However, it didn't budge. Oh right, I locked it earlier. Let me see. That is sort of weird. he like randomly recalls that he locked it. Like he left locking it, but then he was like, "Oh yeah, I locked it. I forgot." I bet Sai noticed this. Katai didn't think the door would be locked. He was quick to make up a lie. He said that since it's an important room, he thought it appropriate to lock it before going outside to inspect things. He even claimed to have done it because the room contained a single way to communicate with the outside, but later he showed us that you could only enable it with a password that only the security staff knew. Okay. Let me try to explain. You know, I actually let me try my best to explain here. So the mech room, holy shit. Okay, so basically, me, can I? This doesn't have the. Damn, that was a good thing. Raging loop had going. Me and a character that I can't see right now. I sure wish I could. No, I don't want the tutorial. I accidentally fucking started the tutorial. I just clicked random buttons and that was the first button then. Me and a character named Shiroya. We have gotten the question mark. We have gone to, I guess, an exhibition of a sort, which is in this giant Minecraft building. And basically they were showing off some sort of like really priceless gemstone, which is called the Sekimeiya, as is in the title. And we started here in the lobby. We walked in, and then this is where the Sekimeiya is. We walk in to the event room, and just as they're about to show the Sekimeiya, smoke fills the room, and apparently also hallway A and B, but not C. Hallway A and B and event room. The smoke fills and knocks everyone in those 3 locations out, which is me, Shiroya, some dude who's always angry and shouts fuck all the time, Naomi, who we're looking for now, who was like the exhibition manager or whatever, and then the other people, except for the security guy. They knocked everyone out, and now we're trying to figure out why. And I don't know why we're trying to figure out why, but we're trying to figure out why that happened. And basically, we're locked in here for 12 hours. I guess 11 hours now. We're locked in here for 11 hours, where we have to figure out why all of this has happened. And this guy is apparently currently the most suspicious guy. That's sort of the story for now. There's a lot of things that I also do not know. He even claimed to have done it because the room contained a single blah blah blah. We already read that. It's probably not that he thought the door would be open, but that he didn't realize it wouldn't be. After all, we know what actually locked it, the alarm. Suripo explained the entire function and the mechanism behind the alarm to us. The person inside the security room would relay information between the people that got trapped and the outside. The door of the security room would close alongside the exit, and it would be impossible to open it with anything but the right key. Meaning that if I'm right, from the time I heard the alarm to the time we entered the security room, no one was inside it. Katai had never actually been inside the security room. This was a huge lie, and most likely something Sai assumed after noticing Katai's actions before he opened the door or when the alarm's functions were explained. A lot of things Katai said hinge on him being in the security room during the time the smoke was released. Seeing the smoke appearing out of nowhere through the cameras, looking at the available ones and not seeing anyone, not trying to contact the outside, not being allowed to input his command to open up the exit. All those claims are impossible if I assume he was never in the security room during that period of time. Even seeing the smoke through the cameras and then exiting the room before the alarm went off would have been far from believable. This would have both stained his clothes and knocked him out. I should question something important if he truly was never in the room. Katai's clothes weren't stained, but he still knew about the smoke. Did Erina's group tell him, and he acted as if he'd seen it through the cameras? Did he see it from far away? Or did he have another way to know about it without personally seeing it? To maintain his claim of seeing the smoke appear through the cameras, it's possible he knew it would appear and quickly left the security room with a mask and spare clothes right before the alarm sounded. Like this, he would have been able to lie about the location the entire time. After all, this would have been too risky for him to leave before the smoke was released. If this is what he did, he must have used the time we were unconscious to do something. What's for certain is that aside from seeing the smoke through the cameras, if he wasn't in the room by the time the alarm went off, all the other claims become impossible. But he also might not have been on this floor during the attack. If he showed up later, Could explain why he found Irina's group before ours. They told him what had happened, and he made up a lie accordingly. This would mean that everything he's told us has been a fabrication. Once I assume Katai was never in the room, the exact reason for that lie is not too important. What it means is that he's untrustworthy, and he has an ulterior motive. And it is very possible his authority as a security member has been revoked. The timing was precise to be a coincidence. It could be that Ashia and the police figured something out about him and removed his privilege as a security member. However, they know that doing so would also prevent us from contacting them again, so they must have had a very good reason. Then what Sai did to confirm his theory, he pulled it off shamelessly, in front of everybody. I'm sure he could have done it later alone, but it's possible he feared Katai would have prevented it with a new lie. Right before Sai started, he asked Suripo, "Is there anything else you should tell us?" He wanted to check something as soon as possible before Katai could interfere again. Once Suripo said he told us everything we needed to know, Sai unplugged the cord behind the leftmost monitor, the one he was next to. This was only done to have a justification for checking the screen settings. He quickly grabbed the mouse and opened them from the desktop. I see, how strange, the left monitor isn't being detected at all. However, that's not what Sai was actually looking at. When we all entered the security room, Katai quickly went to use the computer. Paying no mind to everyone's silence, Katai made his way to the chair and sat down. When he moved the mouse, the computer exited its suspended state and reactivated the 3 monitors above it, showing us what the last person to use it had been doing. I bet Sai's goal was to actually look at how long it'd take for the computer to enter sleep mode, which is information found on the same settings screen. That's because Katai said he'd used it while he'd been in the room. Ah, oh, he's smart, this guy, this fella, this buddy, pal. Shortly after that, the alarm went off, so I knew I was already trapped. During that time, until I exited, I kept my eyes on the cameras. I also tried to use the computer to look up information about what had happened, but the alarm even shut down my internet connection. He'd also said that he tried to input the command to unlock the exit. We know the alarm went off at approximately 9:05, thanks to the time the computer displayed, and that it was in sleep mode when we entered the room. If the settings perhaps showed that an hour of inactivity had been needed to enter that state, Sai could confirm that Katai had not been there at all. And apparently he did confirm it. That's why he was sure that Katai was lying. This also explains his subsequent actions. When I saw Sai taking his arm out from behind the leftmost monitor, he just plugged the cord back in. Despite sounding risky, he had nothing to lose, and if he'd waited longer, Katai could have prevented it. And Sai's timing had been great. Right after that, all the monitors and even the computer stopped working. That probably wasn't his doing, even though Katai implied otherwise. However, it wasn't all instant, was it? This monitor was the first one to stop functioning. He said it as if both things were connected, but I don't think that was right. Sai unplugged the first monitor, the rest must have had a different course. One thing is for sure. Sai has confirmed his theory and is now certain Katai has fed us lie after lie, and I should probably think the same. Is this it then? Is Katai simply a blatant liar with an ulterior motive? I thought about everything that had happened up until now, and up until then, and shortly noticed another inconsistency Katai presented very early on. He'd later introduced a contradiction himself. Did all of you hear the alarm that played throughout the building? After I heard it, I saw all the smoke. He claimed to have heard the alarm, then see the smoke. However, just after that, he said the smoke disabled the cameras instantly. Given the alarm went off some seconds after the smoke had been released, he could only have seen the smoke after hearing the alarm if he had been outside the security room. It's a bit strange that he said that, but it was still correct in saying that the smoke disabled the cameras. If he planned his phrasing well enough to make it sound as if he'd been inside the room, to the point of realizing the cameras would have become useless, it follows he wouldn't have mentioned the huge inconsistency of seeing the smoke after hearing the alarm. If there's a reason for this, it must be without looking at the monitors. He knew the smoke would have left them useless. However, he must not have thought about it too hard, or else he would have never contradicted himself so blatantly. There is one... What would you do in that situation? Roger, shut up! There's one simple way this could have happened. If he designed the plan, he would have known the effects of the smoke, but would not have thought of what they could have entailed if he'd truly been in the security room. Oh my god. It jump scared me again. I didn't want to believe that. Not because I trusted a stranger by default, but because I wasn't sure if I was only deluding myself by believing it. I went back to my previous thought. Could Katai have still been inside the security room until he'd left it before the alarm had played? That would have made him a bit more trustworthy, even if it wasn't much. The problem was, once again, that he didn't have any traces of smoke on him. Even if he changed his clothes, his face and his hair would have been noticeably stained. Technically, there was a way to get around that. I knew hallway B had been hit by the smoke by the point I'd noticed the lack of light under the door. However, I couldn't be sure the same thing could be said of hallway A, the third and last section that had been inundated. We'd only seen it filled with smoke after waking up. But if he left because he saw the smoke through the cameras, he realistically would have mentioned that hallway A hadn't yet been darkened by that point. The only confirmed fact is that he wasn't in the room from the time the alarm went off to the point we entered it. It could be that he saw the smoke disabling the cameras, left the room, and then the alarm locked it. If this happened, the smoke in hallway A must have been released afterwards. Finally, if I'm only pointlessly trying to reduce the number of lies Katai has been spewing, it could be that he was in the room but never touched the computer. Then the sleep mode settings wouldn't mean anything. But lying about using the PC seems pointless. Is there a way to go against Sai's confirmed theory? I suppose there's only one. If the computer's current time is incorrect, the time shown in the screen settings could be refuted. Considering that we talked to Suripo, at no point was the actual time mentioned. If it wasn't actually 9:41 when we checked the time, it could all hold up. If the computer was an hour behind and the real time was 10:45, we would have been unconscious for longer than we thought, and everything could fit. Katai could have been in the security room, and enough time for the suspended state to be reached could have passed. However, this single last possibility was denied by the only person who didn't fall unconscious, Katai himself. Yes, this matches the amount of time I stayed here after I saw the smoke. It seemed it was unquestionable. For one reason or another, Katai had lied about what he's been doing during the incident. He hadn't been where he should have been, and he had continuously claimed to do things that would have been impossible. Before we'd all entered the security room, he wasn't fast enough to think that the alarm would have locked the door. He simply tried to open the door manually, as he hadn't locked it himself. What is Katai after? Why did he lie so much? After all, he was the one who told us about the way to communicate with the outside. All of his actions have been so bizarre. Hang on, I haven't considered this. But what if he isn't who he claimed to be? Could it be he isn't actually part of the security staff? He refused to explain anything because it would have been confidential. But then Suripo didn't have an issue doing so. What if he simply didn't know anything? The only thing he said was that we'd be locked inside the building for 12 hours, and that he knew of the way to communicate with the outside. His clothes weren't stained, but he knew about the smoke. He had a safe place he could have stayed in, but he wasn't in it. He had the security room key, but he didn't think the door would be locked. He investigated this floor, but he didn't look in the event room. If this was all his plan, it could be that he borrowed the name of Gatai, an actual security staff member, not only his name, but also his clothes and room. Then those stained clothes the actual Gatai was wearing would have been disposed of. Soripo admitted that a security staff member hadn't evacuated the room, and he was familiar with the name Gatai Koichi. But this could simply mean that the real Gatai Koichi is still trapped with us. Maybe the body was inside. Maybe the body was hidden in a spot out of the camera's reach. Soripo. Every time I read Soripo, it sounds like a Pokemon. Soripo talked to Gatai, but he was a simple police officer and had no way to confirm that the voice belonged to the actual staff member. On top of that, he never actually saw us. It was only audio from our end. Since I couldn't arrive at a conclusion, I lowered my head after being lost in thought for a while. Shiroya, that's Shiroya. That's the person we entered with. Shiroya was standing near me, looking almost as detached as I was sure I did. Shiroya? Are you okay? Yeah, I am. I rubbed at my face with one hand and pulled her aside, speaking in a hushed tone. Shiroya, it's fine. We're fine. Naomi's fine too. You can't let this stuff get to you. I'm not. Don't get sucked into some depressive loop, okay? I'm here. We're going to find her. I mean it. Alright, I'm sorry. It was just... the camera footage is... the police will recover it. You're right. Somewhat satisfied, I patted her shoulder and stepped back into the middle of the hallway. Close by, Isla, who had finished talking with her mother, was walking to the event room. We were supposed to investigate the building, but we had all silently agreed to wait a bit out of either anxiety or hesitation. Where are you going? I want to see it again. Without further explanation, she quickly made her way into the room. Irina followed behind her. The rest of us did the same, since staying by ourselves didn't seem very useful. The previous 2 weeks had been difficult for Shiroya and I. I knew the cheerful Shiroya I was fond of would take a longer time to come back, but all things considered, both of us were handling the situation pretty well. I was just concerned about pushing her too far. Isla was in front of the cabinet. I entered the room just as she was about to uncover the cabinet, and Akuro and Sai followed silently after me. Look at how pretty it is. Now that the light has gotten a bit better, I like it even more. I agree, it's pretty elegant looking. Akuro and Sai walked in farther. However, once Akuro stopped, Sai did not. He placed himself in front of the cabinet and stared at the Sekimeiya, in the same way everybody else just stared at him, while he thought to himself. Then, with the same neutral expression, he scrolled the glass down. What are you doing? Instead of responding, he reached to touch the Sekimeiya. Or, that's what I first thought. Instead, he grabbed it and took it out of the cabinet. Hey, what's up with you? Didn't Gatai say not to take it out? I guess he did. However, right now, he's in the security room doing God knows what. What are you trying to do? Isla extended her arm and let out a charming, "Can I have it?" What the hell? Yeah, of course. Here. I looked at the camera in the upper right corner and saw the flickering green light. After handing Ashia's precious gem to a 9-year-old, Sai answered Akuro. I was just considering that what Gatai said earlier might have been false, just in case he's not been the most sincere person. What part of it? I'm talking about when he said that the Sekimeiya has to be kept in a cold place. I'm just floating the possibility of him saying it to scare us into not taking it out. Why would he lie like that? And really, why else would the cabinet be refrigerated other than because it's beneficial for the Sekimeiya? Why would he lie? I just told you, so that we keep it in the cabinet. Keeping this thing cold might be beneficial, but he made it sound essential. And look, Sai pointed at Isla, who looked to be enjoying her time despite the serious situation. She was clearly delighted at being able to hold the Sekimeiya, something she would have never thought she would be able to do under normal circumstances. Right now, the Sekimeiya looks perfectly fine to me, yet it's not inside a cabinet that provides it a very low temperature. Curious, isn't it? You don't know how the temperature might damage it. It could slowly crack, which would be very bad. Which would be very bad. Thank you, Akuro. Its strongest point is how smooth it is, right, Isla? Isla nodded strongly. She definitely agreed, as she wouldn't stop fiddling with it. You're right. I was just testing what would happen. What if the Sekimeiya melted after getting it out? Do you know the consequences that would follow? Then Katai would be telling the truth. Right now, the Sekimeiya looks perfectly normal to me, and it's not like Katai told us exactly what a higher temperature would do. He was just told a low one was needed. Don't worry though. If it had melted, we all would have said that he'd forgotten to warn us, and they would have busted his ass. I don't think that's something Katai made up. Naomi also said something similar. As if he'd been summoned, Katai appeared behind the open door. Isla, plenty aware of impending trouble, instinctively hit the Sekimeiya behind her back, but she wasn't fast enough. Welcome, Bibimbap. You did another gas made you forget. Gas that gives you amnesia for 12 hours. What are you guys doing here? Why is the Sekimeiya out of the cabinet? Oops. Rather, what were you doing in the security room? Did you find a way to restore the security system or contact the outside again? No, nothing worked. I did undo some effects of the alarm though. The elevator is now functioning and proper illumination has been restored. Sounds great. What do you mean, sounds great? Why did you get the Sekimeiya out? I told you how important it is not to remove it from the cabinet. Katai, who looked and probably was rightfully angry, walked forward and forcefully took the Sekimeiya out of Isla's hands. She gave him a blank, depressing look in response. Important why? What is the higher temperature gonna do? It looks perfectly fine to me. Don't tell me. It's a real egg, right? It must be kept cold so it doesn't hatch. Listen, kid. I know you might find this a boring situation, and you're trying to stay entertained. However, you should understand how serious this is. It seemed Katai had correctly assumed that the whole thing was Sai's idea. I don't know what the effects will be. I don't know if they'll happen immediately, but I know one thing. I know that my superiors told me that no matter the circumstances, the Sekimeiya could never be taken out of this cabinet, and that while they were saying it, their eyes were as serious as they could have been. The cameras here are disabled, so I'm sure you think you can do as you please without facing consequences. For your own good, or for our entire good rather, do not think of doing this again. Oops. Katai placed the Sekimeiya back in the cabinet, shut the glass and the curtain, and looked into Sai's eyes as he finished. Sai kept staring back, unfazed, but his expression had slightly changed. If I had to guess what he was thinking, it was probably something along the lines of, "You're one hell of an actor." However, to me, it didn't look like Katai was lying. I didn't rule it out, but I could believe he was very worried about the orders he'd been given wouldn't be followed, foreseeing the punishment he'd be dealt by the Ashir family. Yeah, sure. I don't know why you don't seem able to believe me. I can't tell you everything, but if it's going to make you feel better, I can tell you that I know about the Sekimeiya. Maybe I can earn your trust like this. He didn't only look at Sai, but also at the rest of us. Suddenly he became very serious about proving his sincerity. Perhaps he felt that everybody had been suspecting him in some way. Again, I was told this very briefly, and only to have a needed context as part of the security staff. I can't elaborate much on it, but given all that Suripo has said, it's probably fine if I tell you the basic outline I know. Instead of saying anything, Everybody stayed silent, intrigued by whatever Katai could have to say. As you all already know, the Sekimeiya was no more than bait for Sin. After the last time the tower was attacked on the 24th of November, Ashia began to... Oh shit. It's going crazy. Ashia began to look for something they could use. Yushibana is now full of people who dedicate their lives to gemstone location and extraction. The number of them increased exponentially when the tower's opening informed people of the valuable gems in the nearby mountains. For many people, going and finding these all around the mountains became a successful gamble. The Sekimeiya was found by a single person who did just that, the 27th of November. There's the Minecraft building! Another common practice upon finding a rare or valuable gem is informing the Ashia family, with hopes that they'll be interested in it. For this reason, we were the first ones to be informed of the Sekimeiya. A unique-looking gemstone worked perfectly for Ashia. Regardless of its actual value, it did look special, so that was enough to work as the bait they needed. After paying the original discoverer for the Sekimeiya and their silence, they purposely tooted the Sekimeiya's value as hard as they could. The first mention of the Sekimeiya by that name was made on the 29th, as you probably know. Ashia told everyone who would listen they were in possession of something incredibly rare and that it'd be shown today on the 15th of December. Every night until then, we've been expecting Sin's attack. Everyone was led to think that Ashia had their rarest find in a while, so as Suripo said earlier, regardless of its actual initial worth, after all publicity, the Sekimeiya was incredibly valuable for Sin. We sold many tickets for today's event. You all saw how far the line of people extended in the lobby. Despite realizing Sin could pass up on the bait, Ashia still went with the option of letting the Sekimeiya they'd praised non-stop be seen. Naomi was instructed to give out a bunch of made-up facts about it, and it's worth doing her guided visit to try to justify all the hype. To add the interaction and lengthen the visit time, the visitors were going to touch its surface, but only inside the cabinet. To tell you guys the truth, Sin did actually attempt to steal the Sekimeiya once. Suripo has no reason to inform you of this, but almost as soon as its existence was announced, Sin made a move for it. As you can see, their plan ended in failure. We even came close to catching someone from Sin for the first time, but they were able to escape. This was almost Ashia's success, but this information was never published, even though it would have been seen as Sin's first failure. The reason was that they wanted to keep up the charade and put the plan in motion to catch Sin for real. The Sekimeiya wasn't in this building yet, so the mechanism we had designed wasn't activated. Additionally, even though Sin were the ones to try to steal it, Ashia had no way to prove it. Since circumstances were unusual and everyone knew they wanted to crush Sin, people could have thought they made it all up, as no one had actually been apprehended. That's all I can say about this. Now, the cold temperature rule was not something Ashia realized, but something the seller instructed. They said that it had to always be kept chilled to preserve based on their own experience. The fact that they knew that putting it under higher temperature could damage it implies that they did at one point and noticed the damaging effects. However, as Sai said, after you all took it out for a bit, it seemed to still be fine. They probably did the same and found out that leaving it for longer could be harmful. Ashia did not particularly care, so they naturally accepted and followed that single rule without much of a concern. Ashia already had this cabinet alongside others that also possessed temperature functions, so it's a convenient place to keep it after stylizing it a bit. Since it was found pretty high up in the mountains, behind the tower, the temperature there was already very low. At their request, the location where it was found was revealed to Ashia. A vast mountain range surrounds Yushibana, which I'm sure you see daily. On Aerun, a mountain close to this building, there is a little upward path that was much more visible a few years ago. That part of the range has almost been abandoned. Over time, many more gemstones have been found on Aerun than the others. Eventually, up that mountain is a small field that's pretty well hidden. It's not easy to spot, and you have to deviate onto a smaller path. All I was told was that it's fairly tucked away. That's where this was found. Katai pointed at the cabinet. That was all interesting and consistent with what we knew, but my mind had gone someplace else. As I expected when I looked at Shiroya, she was already looking at me. It seemed she'd thought the same thing. Bizarre as it sounds, the location Katai had just described matched perfectly with the place where we used to play as a kid. Past that grassy terrain, there used to be a cabin she and I would frequently visit. It was the same mountain, the same narrow path, and maybe the same plain and grassy field that were covered by snow. It seemed pointless to think much of it. We hadn't been there for more than a decade, but back in the day, it was the perfect hidden place for us to go spend our time. Not once had we seen anyone else there, but eventually going to the mountains just to play was seen as rude by the people who tried to make a daily living on them. Admittedly, we also didn't want to have anything to do with the strangers on the mountain, which decreased the frequency of our visits until we finally stopped going altogether. The final visit was something we hadn't even realized was final. Do you remember? Yeah, of course. I'm not sure the place is the same, but thinking back on the times makes me happy. You're right, we used to have a lot of fun there. Reminiscing evoked a very particular feeling within me. When the weather was ideal, we would spend entire afternoons in our unreachable hidden place, playing all sorts of different games. We brought things from home every day. We went to make it ours. Even though if you were to look at Shiroya, you might not have believed it. Her usual self was a very cheerful one, so remembering some of those early memories was bittersweet. On the other hand, after I looked at her, she was smiling, and wore an expression that had lately disappeared from her face. The memories we shared from that time were very special. No matter what I tried to say, I hadn't been able to cheer her up. That might have been why the first time in 2 weeks she clearly reacted positively to anything, and I probably knew why. Those memories were so old that Mia had not yet appeared in our lives. That was why Shiroya was able to think about them without speaking the negative reactions that obfuscated everything else. Maybe we should go back one day and see what it looks like now. Yeah, that is a good idea. Even though her smile had slightly faded, she seemed to genuinely mean that. It was reassuring to hear. It made me trust that everything else would eventually get better. Katai had continued talking while I'd been digging up old memories, but he'd only gone back over the previous points. This is all I know. It's not much, but hopefully you can believe me. You sure are good at coming up with stories to cover your ass. It's honestly impressive. Sai said that, but it didn't look like he disbelieved Katai's explanation. He was most likely referring to everything else Katai had previously said, with the sole intention to provoke him. If that didn't please you, there's not much else I can say. This is probably more than I am allowed to, actually. Ah, I see. Even though I could have seen Sai's playful behavior as intriguing earlier, it had become off-putting. After shifting my thoughts to some of my childhood memories, the thought of getting out of the tower was much more appealing. Finding out who was responsible for the attack was a goal, but as long as the police had some way to recover the camera footage, they could handle that. They could have already captured the person responsible for all we knew. Ashia's compensation was certainly a nice thought to keep in mind too. It was more important to keep an eye out for anyone doing anything suspicious and nail them once we get out, than constantly and baselessly accuse anyone in the vicinity like Sai seemed to want to. Anyway, weren't you all supposed to be investigating the building? I think it's time for that. We keep repeating this, but Naomi's disappearance gets weirder by the second. Yeah, we should go. I agree. Let's look through the first floor first. It's where she was when the smoke appeared, and has plenty of disabled cameras. We made our way to hallway A. Finally starting to inspect the huge building was an imposing task. A lot of time had already passed, so I had no idea what to think of Naomi's disappearance. She was either incapable of reaching us or didn't want to. How do we do it? Do we just split up? No, let's make the situation clear first. Funny things can happen later. Let's enter every room in this hallway, then move on to the other one. After we're done with this floor, we'll move up one at a time. Yeah, let's begin there. Irina looked at the crystal room in front of the security room. It was the one labeled A1 on the map. Given the floor's layout, if there was someone who wanted to avoid being seen, as long as we didn't split up, they could easily achieve that. There were 3 different ways to make it from one hallway to the other, so we would never be able to rule out a sneaking, moving culprit. Taking the same possibility in mind, though, the thought of splitting up was distressing. It was better to investigate together and hope that wouldn't happen. We were in front of the same room we'd started with. Katai opened it, and yet again, I felt the same recurring sensation of stepping into a different world. What do you think of the events? Shut up, Roger! A clean floor, walls and ceiling awaited us, just like in the room I'd looked at. There were many cabinets, presumably displaying different kinds of valuable gemstones. Why are they covered? As is the set, the interior of the cabinets were invisible. Velvet curtains, as pretty as the Sekimeiyas had once been, were neatly placed over all of them. Oh yes, this is something that we do every morning, except on Sundays when the tower is closed. While at 9, the floor opens to the public. It isn't until 9:10 that the showcase cabinets are uncovered. This is purely done for dramatic effect, and honestly to give the visitors the impression that they're about to witness something very valuable. Oh, can I? Yeah, of course. Let me erase them for you. In the same manner that Katai had seen it done daily throughout the cameras, he carefully rolled up every curtain, letting us see what they were hiding. As amazed as a little girl trapped in a building could be, Isla lit up while Katai uncovered the next mysterious interior. Sai gave it a similar look, one I couldn't help but question. The cabinets in those rooms were different from the Sekimeiyas. They were lowered to the ground, and on top of them was a screen of glass that sheltered the gemstone. Wow, look at this black one. Mom, isn't it pretty? I love it. It's quite pretty. I wish I could wear it as a necklace. If nothing else, it was good that Erina treated Isla as if they were in a normal visit, letting her feel comfortable. Shortly, Katai finished with every cabinet. They had all contained gemstones of different shapes and tones. Some also a brief explanation below them, detailing where they'd been found, along with the name of who'd found them. Most were discoveries in the mountains I was used to seeing in the background of Yoshibana. Despite the events and my lack of interest I spent some time looking at each one, immersing myself in them without noticing it. Everyone else did the same, drawn into Isla's rhythm briefly. Do you like this one? Shiroya pointed at a tiny light blue jewel with round, wide marks on its smooth surface. She said it because I'd been looking at it for a while, and she knew that shade of blue was my favorite color. I really do. I wouldn't mind going to the mountains someday if I can manage to find one like this. I'm sure it wouldn't be easy, but it'd be worth the effort. Yeah. After talking about going back to our personal playground, I started to really look forward to the one time we'd visit again, spending a day trying to find a gem as pretty as that one. Can I see it again, Tanya? Tanya? Who's Tanya? What the fuck? Huh? Are you talking to me? Yes, can I see your pendant? A bit confused, Shiroya took it out. I knew it. It's even prettier than everything here. What's with that name, though? Tanya, that's you. It's for tanzanite. Oh, I see. Oh. I'll admit I'm a bit fascinated by these myself. Sai's voice sounded from behind us as he peeked over my shoulders. I came here for my own volition, after all. We shouldn't spend so much time doing this in the next rooms, though. We have other priorities. Yes, sorry. Isla, but once we're done, we'll have more than enough time to revisit every room. You'll still let me see them though, right? Yes, we'll briefly look over them. We moved on to the next room, which looked almost identical. The same procedure was repeated. Katai uncovered every cabinet, and Isla had a few seconds to appreciate all their contents. After we finished with it, Akuro spoke. Oh, do we really have to look at the inside of every cabinet? It's only slowing us down. Yes, it doesn't take up a lot of time, and remember what Suripo said. He mentioned some gems on this floor had been stolen. We need to find that room and see if there's something to find there. Oh yes, that's true. He said it happened in one of the farther back rooms. You're right, I'd forgotten about that. But it still sounds weird to me. What do these gems have to do with anything? It sounded like Ashia had already assumed those gems were the target, which feels off considering nobody even knows they were brought inside. You mean to say they were probably a measure to distract, right? I agree. If this supposed theft is already failed, it could be that some kind of trick was used to get the gems outside and make Ashia think that they were the goal. Once their guard is lowered, steal the actual target, the Sekimeiya. Yeah, something like that, even though I can't really visualize how the plan would work. Before you assume that, there's something else to consider in opposition. What would that be? Well, the two side hallways and the event room were put out of commission with the smoke. If the gems were the goal, it could only be assumed that the event room was, for some reason, only attacked because it's the only way to go from the middle of the hall of one hallway to the other. However, that has a flaw. Even though the smoke certainly disabled the security cameras, the rooms those gems were stolen from wasn't ever subjected to smoke, according to what Katai told us. That's weird, don't you think? It outright implies that the room's security cameras were never a factor they took into consideration. So if that were the case, why did they disable all the others? What I mean to say is that the robbery of those gems could have been executed without needing to release the smoke in the event room, and the substance to cover the lenses of the security cameras wouldn't have been needed. If being spotted by the security cameras in the room of the robbery wasn't an issue, it means the only other goal of the smoke was to provide a clear route to the outside. The event room and the opposite hallway wouldn't have been needed, and there was no point in disabling the cameras. This immediately indicates that the gems were never the goal, which shatters any illusion with it. Maybe you're right. If they were the goal, only one hallway and that very room would have been attacked. And you also And you also can't assume the smoke would have been released to make everyone nearby fall unconscious, because not all the rooms where people could have been were attacked. And yet those gems were brought outside in a suitcase before the exit closed. Yeah, only for the person to then be arrested immediately. I can't quite figure out what the whole deal is here, especially given the Sekimeiya is still with us. The people think the gems were the goal and that the robbery was a failure. However, part of that relies on them not knowing the exact rooms that were covered in the smoke. I'm sure more people will conclude what I'm saying once they enter the tower. If the culprit intended to use those gems as a feint, his plan is lacking. There's no way it ends with someone sneaking the Sekimeiya out as soon as the exit opens, right? That would be beyond stupid. Not to mention that stealing the gems would be rendered useless, since the Ashia would quickly notice that the Sekimeiya had been stolen too. Then the gems would ultimately return to Ashia, and the person who had them would be arrested. I hadn't taken those gemstones into consideration for any of my thoughts, but he was right. Hey Katai, you brought this up earlier, but are you sure that the exit was sealed immediately after the alarm went off? While it is the first time the alarm has been activated, it's how it was programmed to work. Anything else would be pointless, really. Could it have been another malfunction? I was just thinking that Naomi might have brought the gems out. Naomi? But that should be impossible, right? Not if the malfunction actually occurred. When Suripo mentioned the person who brought them outside, he only said it had been an individual. It could have been a woman, but I think he would have said I think it would have said when we mentioned Naomi was still with us. If the alarm's effect were delayed, Suripo would have brought it up, or someone from the outside would have entered. But it is true that Naomi, who's disappeared and knows the entire layout of the tower, is a pretty good candidate to take out a bunch of gems and play the silly role of purposely getting arrested with a conspicuous suitcase. If that is what happened, targeting the event room too would make sense if the goal was elsewhere. It was Naomi's location, and she would have needed a way to escape. You're right, I hadn't thought of this, but I'm not convinced. Targeting both hallways wouldn't make much sense, and more importantly, it implies her plan only worked because the alarm's effect got delayed. It would have been no so-called malfunction. Yeah, also we still don't know what actually triggered the alarm, and while I could be wrong, it really seemed to me like Naomi did fall unconscious in her room. Remember what Suripo said? If anyone was in front of the shutter as it closed, it would have been stopped. It's possible it was delayed, which gave Naomi enough time to leave, even though she was in the event room when the alarm played. That's true, but Suripo would have told us as well. Wait, no, I don't think that could have happened. Why not? When I heard the alarm, there was another sound too, much fainter. I just realized that must have been the shutter closing, because it was pretty rough and came from the lobby. That means there was no delay, and there was a louder sound at the end when it hit the floor. I'm almost certain it went the whole time without stopping. Welcome, GE Sheep. If that's true, it confirms Naomi's still here. Yeah. Is this a key? I saw Shiroya staring at the floor, confused as to where to direct her gaze. Oh, you're right. What's this doing here? When we went quiet, the two people who hadn't participated in the conversation spoke. They were a bit ahead of us, so we walked up to them. After focusing on the point where they were staring, we saw what Isla had found. Next to the right wall was a small, rusty key. Isla kneeled to pick it up. Once in her hands, she showed it to us. Was this on the floor? Yes, I just saw it. There's no way we've missed it until now, right? The color is close to the floors and the lighting is bad. I'd say we did, since it took me a few seconds to see it. Really? It was right next to the event room. More importantly, what's it for? Do you recognize it, Kitai? No, I don't think I've ever seen this key before. Gatai grabbed it to take a closer look. It appeared very old and rusty. It wasn't the kind of key that would be used in a modern building. It's impossible this belongs here. I know it's an old building and there are keys I don't possess, but it must be for something else. Keys are not prohibited items in this tower. It's possible someone dropped it and didn't realize it. How would you not notice it? If you drop it here, it would make a noise when it hit the floor. For sure, which means that whoever dropped it knew they did and then didn't pick it back up. It would have been a bit ridiculous to think that it had been left purposely to indirectly pass it on to someone or something of the sort. Given what we knew had happened so far, what Sai said made a lot of sense. You get what I mean, right? This key probably belonged to the culprit. As they were running against the timer that would trap them, they dropped this key. Naturally, they didn't waste time stopping to retrieve it. It could be a pretty important key if it's one the culprit was holding as they were committing a crime. I'll keep it safe and give it to the police as soon as I can. That's a good idea. You might be jumping to conclusions again, though. It could belong to an innocent person who rushed to escape from the tower. You think so? I'm not sure that's possible. I've gone over this. Why would an innocent person ever rush to escape? One reason would be if they saw the smoke appearing out of nowhere. However, they would have fallen unconscious if they ran through this hallway. The other reason would be if they heard an unknown alarm. But this can also be ruled out because the alarm blocked off the exit. Naturally, this key doesn't belong to any of us, right? Nobody answered. He was saying that no innocent person aware of danger could have escaped through the hallway. If the key didn't belong to the culprit, it had to belong to someone who'd also gotten trapped and we had seen. Even Naomi didn't make sense as a candidate. I'd been with her up until the alarm had sounded. If the key didn't belong to the culprit, it had to belong to someone who'd also got... Oh, wait. If someone had fallen unconscious there, they could have dropped the key and failed to realize it upon waking up. Perhaps even the sound of it falling was obscured by the alarm, but I considered it unlikely. I doubt this was here before the attack. There was a janitor cleaning up the floor in the lobby, so I'm sure the hallways were cleaned today too. Well, I kind of doubt that. The janitor was literally cleaning the same little circle for 10 minutes. So I don't know. I don't know if I trust that one. On the surface, that appeared to be a very solid argument, but there was a way around it, and it involved something I'd thought before. We didn't know for a fact that the smoke in hallway A had been released at the same time as in the other two places. There was no reason to believe it hadn't been, but it also would have allowed one of Gatai's claims be the truth. One part of me wanted to directly ask Gatai, but I held off. If someone had heard yells coming from the lobby, or seen smoke coming through the door of the event room, they might have rushed out without stopping to retrieve their key. I recalled that I'd heard only silence when we were about to fall unconscious. I saw Isla in front of the next door. Even though she'd found a key, she didn't seem very interested. Inspecting the contents of every cabinet was probably far more exciting for her. Let's continue for now. If this was important for the culprit, it's likely they'll try to get it back. I'll make sure to keep it safe until we get out. We accepted that and moved on. The next room was no different from the previous. Gatai went ahead and began to make sure nothing had been stolen from the cabinets. Sai approached me while I was separated from the others. Anticipating his reason, I was the first to speak. Do you still doubt Gatai? I think he did a good job proving his sincerity. Oh, of course I do. I'll agree that he's pretty good at lying. You already realized he was never in the security room, right? Why are you defending him? I looked at Gatai and he was putting up with Isla and acting interested in the gems he'd presumably seen hundreds of times. Are you certain he wasn't? He couldn't have been there after the alarm went off. I checked the time needed for the computer to go to sleep and that confirmed it. The only other possibility is that he was there and lied about using the computer, but that doesn't make it any better. Have you considered that the computer time might not actually be accurate? The computer time? Yes, if it was wrong, Kitai could have had the time to be there without lying. Yeah, and then lied about how much time he spent outside it. I know, maybe you're right, and there's no other explanation. I have considered the computer time being wrong, and not only that. Sai raised his sleeve. Under it was a digital wristwatch. I always wear this. It doesn't seem like there are many wall clocks anywhere, so the time displayed on the computer is the only source we have available. Besides my wristwatch, that is. My time and the computer's time are the same. I see, so that can't be it either. Well, as I said, I didn't consider that the computer time was wrong, but rather that someone went way further ahead than that. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, that would be the only way out Kitai has. Yeah, if someone messed with my wristwatch while I was unconscious, they could have made me falsely confirm the computer's time. Someone could have done that to frame Kitai. It's too ridiculous to consider it seriously. They need to know that Kitai would say everything he said only to turn around and disprove it with the computer's sleep mode, risking the possibility of nobody noticing it. And not only that, but it's also something that only works with the people who got trapped. This wouldn't mean anything if we brought it up outside. And Kitai, who didn't fall unconscious, would have said that my time was wrong. It would have been insane for him to create a problem for himself by changing my watch time. He also let us talk to Suripo, who could have mentioned the time at any moment. But why would Kitai lie about being in the security room? Do you actually think he's responsible? Or heavily involved in some way? There's no way he's not hiding anything or looking to gain something. So you don't believe his story about how the Sekimeiya was found? You were accusing him of lying about that too? Oh no, I do believe everything that he said there. It just gave him even more of a motive. I still think the Sekimeiya has to be the core of all this. That has to be right. Now, don't you find it strange that a simple security member would know all that? He said it in a desperate time because he wanted to earn our trust, which is why he relied on factual truth to lessen our suspicion. But what I think he did was change his own perspective. I'm telling you this in case you think I'm missing something, but I think all he did was merge his version with what Suripo told us to form an accurate story and pass it off as something Ashia told him. I don't follow. I'm saying he could be the guy who originally found the Sekimeiya. He didn't know about what Suripo told us beforehand, otherwise he would have said it all to earn our trust. Once he knew about Suripo's factual story, he combined his own knowledge with it to make us believe he truly works in the tower. The way he detailed some things was very questionable. He knew the exact location where the Sekimeiya was found, and everything he told us was information the person who found it would have known after hearing Suripo's story. That might be true, but it sounds like a pretty big assumption. And didn't he say that the seller was already paid? I'll tell you one of my theories I've formed. It's all speculation, yes, but I think it could make sense given whoever's behind this already went pretty far with all the smoke. I haven't told you this since it might not mean anything. You and I both showed up early and were at the front of the line for a while, in front of the hallway B door. Right, we didn't have any way to check the time, but we were definitely there for a few hours. Alright, so at approximately 8 AM, I saw Kitai in the lobby. The reason why I started questioning him so quickly was because when I saw him, he was wearing normal clothes. Of course, back then I didn't think any of it. I don't know what he did either. I just saw him for a few seconds, and I'm certain he was never actually in line. Considering everything, I think this is one of the ways everything could have played out. Take whatever you want from it. The person claiming to be Kitai found the Sekimeiya a couple of weeks ago. He contacted the Ashia family, and given their interest, they bought it from him. At no point did he expect they'd set up so much advertisement for his own find. It's possible Ashia said things that were wrong only to draw people in, and perhaps not being credited with the discovery bothered him. It's a pretty plain motive, but think about it. If you sold it to them and they started playing up its value like crazy, would you be happy about how little you were paid? The scale of this attack is a bit much for one person to come up with, but things line up here. Sin isn't behind this, which is why it's happening during the day. He enters the tower at 8 AM in the morning. He could have somehow met with the real Kataikuchi and learned about the alarm and emergency contact line from him. The way he learned about information is important. At the very least, I know the man with us right now wasn't in the lobby shortly after I saw him. What matters is they met and put on Katai's clothes and proceeded to hide Katai somewhere without cameras. He could have done this any number of ways, but Katai was charged with keeping track of the security cameras, so obviously nobody would notice his body being hidden if he was the one who was supposed to watch everything. Along with the clothes, he also took the security room key. Then he released the smoke in the 2 hallways and the event room through some method I'm unaware of. It's likely he knew he'd get trapped by doing so. He acted as if he'd found us and played the role of a security member to justify his presence in the tower. Naomi, it's possible he hid her body while she was unconscious. He'd have a good reason for it, because Naomi would have revealed that he doesn't work in the tower. By saying everything is confidential, he's managed to avoid explaining anything he doesn't know. He lied about spending time in the security room since he'd been carrying out his plan of his. That's why he knew things only a person inside the room with all the monitors would have known without actually being there. Zaripo clearly told us that security staff would have stayed in the room or relay information through the installed microphone, but Katai told us that he left it because he didn't know about that before talking to Zaripo. He said he used the microphone while we were unconscious, but I'm sure he was lying. I don't know why he let us talk to the outside, but it's possible he had something to gain from that. Maybe he wanted everyone outside to think that Katai Koichi really is in the tower and everything here is going well. Maybe he wanted to make sure the bait gemstones worked and tricked Ashia. This is so messy that it almost feels unrelated to what he did, but that can't be it. Anyway, it all comes down to this. He had no way to get the Sekimeiya out without spending 12 hours here. So he's intentionally spending 12 hours here. I don't know how this plan ends. I have no idea how he intends to get the Sekimeiya out once the exit opens. But consider the following. If he manages to do it, nobody will miss him. None of us will know who he actually was. I'm only speculating that he originally found the Sekimeiya to give an easy explanation for all the knowledge he has had since the start. Once he makes it out, only the Sekimeiya will be missing. Katai Kuji will still be here, since he's where that guy talking to Isla right now hit him. This ghost of a person will have escaped with the real target. After saying it all out loud, I know it sounds pretty absurd, but whatever this plan is, it has to be far from over. There are a lot of things that don't make sense, and somehow, the Sekimeiya is still in its cabinet as if nothing happened. Also, one last thing. We only think that what we saw is the Sekimeiya because Katai told us so. The plan could already be further along. The real Sekimeiya could have been replaced while we were asleep. I guess that is right. It is just an egg. That could be another reason why Naomi's presence had to be taken care of, as she would expose that illusion. I'm done. What do you think? Do you agree with anything? I was looking at the floor and I'd be listening to everything expressionlessly. Katai remained engaged with Isla while her mother looked on from behind. Akara and Shiroya were leaning against the wall, waiting to move on. Before I responded, we all walked to the next room, A4. I waited for Katai and Isla to begin uncovering the cabinets before resuming the conversation with Sai. I don't think I can directly object to anything you said. Admittedly, I did think Sai's theory was a leap. It didn't have to be wrong. I had to come with a similar idea myself, but some of his assumptions were a bit of a reach. Despite Sai's fervor, I cared about what was going on as well. There's no way it had been an accident. Many things indicated that nothing had happened coincidentally. The particular day, the smoke locations, the alarm, the reoccurring sin events, Naomi. Before anything else, there are two options to choose from. The plan failed, probably because of the new alarm. The plan hasn't ended yet. If whatever this plan is hasn't ended, it's almost certain that a culprit must be here with us right now. Who would that be? And what do they intend to do next? There weren't that many possibilities. Everything has pointed to Katai, and there are multiple ways to construct it. If he's really a security member, he probably would have had an easy time setting this up. If he's not, Sai's theory is valid too. He's definitely the most suspicious person here. Unless I choose to doubt Sai, it's almost a guarantee that Katai lied about being in the security room during the attack. There could be many reasons behind the lie though. If Katai was actually innocent, a similar plan could be adapted around anyone who got trapped. Of course I can rule myself and Shiroya out. We've come here innocently and never expected anything like this to happen. Shiroya and I have spent our entire lives here together. Here together. Yeah, me and Shiroya, we've been stuck in this tower forever. Please let us out, please. And I know she'd never think of doing such a thing. Not even with her being less than fond of Ashia. I myself don't suffer from memory loss or split personality, nor do I have a particular interest in ruining my life after failing a robbery attempt. Akara was the last person in our group. Out of us 7, I feel he's the easiest person to suspect after Katai. He claimed not to care much about today's event, but was here from the very beginning. Earlier his behavior was clearly off, but it's gotten better since we woke up. It could be that he's letting the time pass so that his plan can conclude, but since he stands out from the rest of us, he's an easy target to blame for the plan Sai and I have concocted. The same could be said for Irina and Isla. Even though it sounds less likely, it's too naive to rule them out because of Isla's age. A well-constructed plan could take advantage of that to lower our guard. Out of the 6 of us that were waiting for the event, only they have their early arrival justified. Isla's the only one who seems to care about the event, but I can only truly rule out Shiroya and myself. And Sai, I don't believe he's the culprit. But if he is even crazier than he seems, he could have designed the whole thing and messed with me for entertainment. Maybe even to prevent my suspicion and interference. He could be trying to manipulate me into thinking whatever is convenient for him. I don't think that's likely though. Similarly, he might have determined I'm not a likely suspect. There are 2 more options. Naomi and an unknown person. If Naomi wants to wait until the exit opens to execute the last part of her plan, then hiding from us is probably a good idea. She's been hidden from the very beginning and will spend all the remaining time without being spotted, able to move by herself whenever she needs to. There's gotta be a good hiding spot somewhere in this huge building. Using Naomi as the culprit helps explain the alarm triggering. Saripo said that the only way to activate it was by breaking open the Sekimeiya cabinet. And when I heard the alarm, Naomi was the one next to it. If she silently broke it in a way she knew would work, then faked being unconscious, she could have covertly trapped us. Then when we looked at the cabinet, we failed to recognize what had triggered the mechanism. Why would she do that? could she have wanted to make it look like a malfunction? So anything else could be a malfunction too? The fact that the alarm went off right after Naomi unlocked the cabinet with her key also leads me to think that the source of the alarm had to be something else. However, this also could have been done purposely, to make the three of us confirm that by the time the alarm was set off, there's no reason to force the cabinet open. After all, there's no way Naomi could have known I'd stay conscious for enough time to hear the alarm. But if Naomi is innocent, is there more than one option behind her disappearance? Unless she woke up ahead of time and saw the culprit, the only person with a clear motive would have been Katai. She could still be trapped and walking around, but I'm not sure why she wouldn't have shown herself already if she had nothing to do with the attack. Is it actually entirely possible that Naomi is currently outside the tower? This would mean that the alarm had a delayed effect, and Naomi is not innocent at all. I'm pretty sure what I heard in the event room was the shutter, but I can't be totally certain. The only way she could be outside is if Naomi is a culprit. Otherwise, Saripo surely would have said that she was outside when we brought up her name. The only way this wouldn't have happened is if Naomi was the individual with the suitcase whose identity was kept a secret. The unknown person option is basically the same but better. After all, with Naomi, we'd known the identity of the culprit by the end. If an unknown person has stayed with us and somehow plans to sneak out with the Sekimeiya when the time comes, we'll have no way to know who they are. The lobby doesn't have security cameras. When everyone evacuated, someone hid behind the reception desk or entered the staircase to the mechanical room. Once the smoke faded, they hid in a better place. Maybe after moving Naomi's body, maybe they were in one of the rooms in the hallway, and that's why they made sure we couldn't look at the recorded footage. Once this is all listed out, there are a few extra options, like two people working together. If Naomi and Katai were in cahoots, one would cover what doesn't make sense if the other person is working alone. The two staff members could have easily designed an internal attack thanks to the knowledge they possess. Katai made us think that the Sekimeiya we saw was the real deal. Now Naomi can do as she pleases, since she will be constantly covered by Katai, who will guide all of us as the most knowledgeable person here. Perhaps that's unlikely, since he had no problem staying behind in the security room while we went to investigate. Surprisingly, the conclusion I drew was that if the plan was still being carried out, Zai's theory was close to what I believed to be likely. We had to know what triggered the alarm. It would clear up multiple doubts and remove possibilities such as the person responsible already escaping. Maybe what you said is the most likely possibility. A lot of things could point to Katai being suspicious, and he knew about the alarm from the start. That could mean that he's the most likely person to be carrying out a plan that involves waiting for the alarm's timer. Yes, I agree. Either him or Naomi, but with the scenario I constructed, Naomi's already taken care of. Most things are actually. I don't know how the smoke was released, what triggered the alarm, and how Katai plans to disappear with the Sekimeiya. It's also good to note that regardless of the method, a member of security staff like him could easily design a way to release the smoke. It'd be wise to keep track of him at all times. He stayed alone earlier, and in the security room of all places. I'm very curious to know how he intends to make this plan work. He'll probably make sure that he doesn't come across Naomi or the body of the real Katai. If I'm also right about that, you seem pretty excited. A bit, aren't you? Aren't you looking forward to knowing which theory ends up being the correct one? Or maybe to find out that we're both incorrect? What if this all is bigger than we think? Or just a coincidental accident? I want to make a lot of theories and then have the best one turn out to be right. That would be great. For example, think about this. Everything we've thought about has been part based on the call with Suripo. However, our main assumption right now is that Katai is responsible for all this. You brought up a good point earlier when you asked why Katai said we could communicate with the outside. You're right. If he holds a security member while also being the culprit, he'd look incredibly bad to the police if he'd never told us about it. But if I'm right and he doesn't work here, it was very smart of him to bring it up. Well, it wasn't very smart of him to bring it up voluntarily. You're saying that Suripo was an accomplice and they planned what to tell us? Exactly. He spoke very highly of Sin. What if he was speaking very highly of himself, the group he works for, alongside Katai? He had a police uniform, was in a car next to the tower, ignored by everyone around it. If it was a real video feed, he's an actual policeman. Wouldn't things make sense if Sin was involved with the police? That program hidden deep within the computer's folders could have been another factor to this plan designed by Sin. They knew Ashia were working on a mechanism to defeat them, so they created this plan to keep their superiority, assuming part of what he told us was the truth. As soon as he began to explain things, my suspicion about Katai immediately lessened. After all, what that policeman was saying matched up well with the information Katai gave us. Now, if they were working together, made-up details would appear like the absolute truth, and they'd make all of Katai's subsequent claims sound authentic. Suripo mainly spoke to Katai. If they were following a script, they could pretty easily deceive us. Suripo was the only reliable source we think we have. And after he was done, the power conveniently went out. Not only that, but Katai was unable to contact him again. How believable is that really? Did the Ashia family really revoke his authority, knowing they'd leave us incommunicado for 12 hours? Wouldn't it be exciting if we were in the middle of such a plan? Would you stop Sin if you saw through everything? I'm not excited about being caught up in this, I can say that much. But if I get the chance to take these guys down, I absolutely would. I won't let them get away with this shit. What the hell? I see. Me, I'm just curious. I can't wait to know how this plan ends. Sadly, there's still a while until that. Maybe they need these 12 hours for something. Suripo corroborated the amount of time Katai said, so it would be strange if it turned out to be wrong. We'll have to see what happens. I suppose so. But if this is an ongoing plan, they won't make it obvious. If they're trying to trick the Ashia family, we might get tricked too. I'm just not going to get fooled so easily. I didn't feel like saying anything else. A part of me thought that everything Sai was saying entailed pointless danger. I related to the interest, but not so much to his approach. In our situation, there was no reason for us to be in danger. It was something between Ashia and Sin, and we'd just been caught up in the middle of it. Letting everything happen without our own input to strangers seemed like the smarter course of action. However, trying to piece things together on the side probably wouldn't do any harm. Although I hadn't reacted, what Sai said was intriguing. I let Suripo influence my thoughts with no opposition. It was true that Katai had been the one who let us hear him. The first thing he said was that Ashia instructed the police to talk to us, but he'd never proven that at all. It hadn't sounded all that strange, but instead of telling the police what to let us know, Ashia could have said everything directly. Suripo also said that Ashia told them about the communication method. Initially, the other side should have been picked up by Ashia, who supposedly passed it off to the police. While there was room for suspicion, thinking that he was an actual corrupt policeman was probably incorrect. If he had fed us false information, he would be exposed after we got out. I could feel my head getting cloudy. The tiredness was coming back, so I tried to cool down. The room's inspection finished without anything missing. Once again, we silently moved on to the next one. After not talking for 2 weeks, my voice had easily come out in front of Sai. As I'd thought, I was it was only Shiroya I had difficulty talking to. At the same time, the incident had given me something else to think about. After so long, it was likely I was trying to fill up my mind with it, as I knew what would fill it otherwise. Isla didn't look tired of repeating the same procedure. She ran to the door, eagerly awaiting Katai. I noticed that every room had a specific theme. Before leaving, I glanced at the cabinets and seen a bunch of unimpressive white gemstones, much smaller in size than the Sekimeiya. Labeled A5, the last crystal room in the hallway, was before the storeroom. When Isla turned the knob, we expected to be met with the same scene as the other rooms. Oh. The entire room was tinted black, and it was shaped differently. The ceiling and 4 walls had been deprived of their color, as a dry, dark coating had taken hold of them. Every cabinet was covered by a curtain, but instead of bright red, they were grey, black, purple colors that removed all of their elegance. It was the same appearance the hallways bore. We immediately understood the smoke had also gotten into the last room. We only found it a shocking sight because of what Katai previously told us. I see, this makes a lot of sense. What does? Didn't Katai say that the smoke hadn't been released in any other room? Instead of clarifying, Sai moved forward. He stained his hand black by grabbing the bottom of a curtain. Without any care, he raised it to show the interior of the cabinet it was covering. What? There isn't anything. He did the same with every cabinet. The result never differed. I see, this is the storeroom that was robbed. The gems found in the suitcase come from these cabinets. Yes, that has to be it. But the smoke. You all remember what I said earlier, right? That this part of the plan didn't make a ton of sense. The gems were stolen without releasing smoke in the room, which implied that the smoke had another purpose. But it seems the smoke was released in this room too. Of course, that's required if they wanted to make it seem like the various gems were the target. The lens of the single camera was stained black, showing that we weren't being recorded. The green light had been buried under the same blackness, but was still discernible. Katai told us the places where the smoke was released. Obviously, we wouldn't have said that if he hadn't been sure of it, so I believed him. I'm sorry, I must have made a mistake. No, I have no idea why you did that, but this settles it. It proves that you were not in the security room when the alarm went off. Sai glanced at me to let me know that he'd been absolutely correct. I was probably the only person aside from Katai who knew what he was talking about. What do you mean? Exactly, what are you talking about? You didn't even suspect it. This is about the 5th thing that confirms it. But this one, let me bring it up openly. After all, it also rules out a few things I talked about with Atsuki. I more or less understood why Sai said that. Without inspecting every room, Katai felt confident in saying that only 3 different places had been hit by smoke. But he'd been incorrect. That indicated that he hadn't been behind the attack itself, since he wouldn't have made that mistake. It let Sai confront him, since he no longer believed he was confronting Sin, but a mere suspicious individual. I don't know what you mean. How does this indicate in any way that I wasn't in the security room? It's very simple, but let me ask you first. Why did you say that that only the hallways and the event room had smoke released in them? I had a bit of time to inspect the rooms before I found Arena's group. Every room I entered was clean, so I simply assumed it was the case with all of them. I shouldn't have made such an assumption. Alright, this proves it further. You were not in the security room. You all get it too, right? Katai has said multiple times that during the time the smoke was released, he was locked inside the security room. He also claimed that he tried to monitor what the situation was on the floor by looking through the available cameras. Not only that, but he also said that he saw the smoke rising out of nowhere. I'm saying that if he really was looking through the cameras when the smoke appeared, He would have seen it being released here. What? No, I was in a rush. I never realized it. I don't understand it at all. You were never in the security room and you never inspected the first floor. So then why did you say that only 3 places had been hit by the smoke? Why were you certain that you could say that despite being wrong? This was the same question I'd been wondering. If Sai was right, Katai wouldn't have stated incorrect information he hadn't been able to verify, which meant that he felt certain about the room's appearance without personally seeing it. Your assumption is mistaken. I can explain what led to that assertion. When I was in the security room, most of the cameras from this floor were being displayed. It is true that I saw the smoke appearing out of nowhere, but at that time the room's camera was not being shown. Usually monitoring the interior of a room isn't needed if another camera shows its door. Then I proceeded to look through all the other cameras while trying to determine what was happening. As you saw with your own eyes, some of them had been disabled because of the smoke. A black screen was all I could see through them. So all that this room's camera showed was a black screen. This means that I was unable to recognize that one of the disabled screens. But I mean, if it's a black screen, then he should know it's been hit by the smoke. Since both hallways possess numerous cameras, I did not notice there was one too many black screens. Later, since I looked into most of the clean rooms, I wrongly assumed that they were all the same. We all thought about it. Did what Katai say make sense? If I'd been in their place, it's likely I would have believed it, but Sai and I had more reasons to think Katai had never been in the security room, and that he was fabricating another lie out of nowhere. Are you really sure about this, Sai? Absolutely. Now answer me this. At first, you saw the smoke being released through some cameras. To assess the situation, you looked at all the remaining places on this floor, and this room wasn't initially being displayed. Correct. This is why I never saw the smoke appearing here. Alright, so then you switch the displayed cameras. This means that at some point, you switch one of the cameras for this room's. You're seriously saying that when you did that, you didn't realize the smoke had also been released here? Oh, I see what you mean. That eventually I must have chosen to observe the live footage of this room by manually selecting its camera, and I would have noticed the black screen? Yes. It's understandable you'd think that, but no. This would have been slow and suboptimal given the situation. Do you remember earlier when I looked through the cameras while talking to Suripo? The program that manages them let me replace the 9 cameras being displayed at once for the ones that come next on that list. That's what I did. I was nervous and switched the camera 9 at a time. I never consciously acknowledged that one of the new cameras belonged to this room. As I said, I have simply failed to recognize that there was one extra black screen. The crystal rooms all look very similar, so I didn't miss this one. The shape of this one is completely different though. To tell you the truth, it all threw me off. It all threw me off. The mere sight of the screens displaying nothing but black was disconcerting because they're equipped with night vision. I'd never seen them like that. I wasn't really thinking about the number of crystal rooms. Katai's explanation was unconvincing. There was nothing Sai could use to object to it, at least not without the computer's sleep mode timer, which Sai didn't appear to be using for his argument. Katai hadn't addressed the event room either. If he'd seen the smoke appearing in the event room, it should have been given that our group would be trapped in the tower, but that wasn't what he said when we met. It was unbelievable that the event room would have been displayed on such a special day. If it really hadn't been, it meant that Katai hadn't failed to notice one extra black camera, but 2. It was still questionable that he had stopped at Arena's group before ours. Everyone else looked dubious as well, but less so, as they hadn't yet entertained that possibility. Not for a second do I believe anything that you're saying. I apologize for not being more convincing. I understand why you might find what I'm telling you strange, but I promise all of you that I'm telling the truth. So you switched all the cameras at once, and for some reason assumed only 3 places had been exposed to the smoke. Yes, I saw the smoke appearing in the hallways, which disabled multiple cameras. I mistakenly assumed all of them belonged to the same hallways. And after that, despite not having looked through every room, you claimed that the smoke hadn't been released anywhere else but in the 3 places we'd all personally observed? Correct, I apologize for my mistake. It seems it led you to suspect something about me, but I repeat that it was all a mistake I made in a rush. Let me be clear. I don't believe you, nor intend to do so. You are full of shit. However, I don't know why you told us that that only those 3 places have been hit, and it's pissing me off. Do you remember when you said you'd left the lobby door open? Like Atsuki pointed out, it was opened after the smoke was released, since almost none went through it. Still saying that's true? Yes, of course. Well, when you said that, I looked at the hallway A door. That one was probably closed. And, according to you, after you left it... Okay, so it's this door was the one that was like open. According to you, after you left the security room, you ended up where we were without going through the event room. If you'd done that, you would have gone through the lobby, so you should have opened both doors. Which is what I did. And why did you leave the hallway A door closed, but not the other one? Because the 3 of you were unconscious in hallway B, and I hurried to kneel beside you. Sure, I imagined you'd say that. However, if you really open that door, what I find most likely is that you didn't come from the security room, and that you never went through the other one. Maybe it was Naomi who opened it, and you had to say that you did it because of the movements you already claimed to make. You're ridiculous. Okay, but if you never looked at the cameras or entered the rooms, why the hell did you say something that could easily be wrong? Were you misinformed about the plan you took part in? That's what would be ridiculous. I already told you what happened. If you find it hard to believe, there's nothing else I can do. There were a few seconds of silence during which nobody knew what to say. In the background, Isla ignored us and kept looking through the cabinets, hoping something had been left behind. Irina followed everything she did with her eyes, obviously unwilling to needlessly engage in the barrage Sai was firing off. You know, it's possible you're right. It's possible that not noticing the extra black screen in the missing crystal room is too unlikely, even under the stress of not knowing what was happening. What if this room was clean at that time? If it was already been a long time since I looked through the cameras, the smoke could have been released here afterwards. This wouldn't contradict anything, and it might make even more sense than what I first believed. Quick live revision? Are we supposed to listen to that? Well, I don't know why that would have been done, but you can't deny it just because you find it unlikely. It could very well be that it happened after I left the security room. The rooms all look very similar, so I did see this one when I looked through the cameras. Now I'm not sure, don't know which one of the 2 possibilities I'm presenting is correct. You know very well they're both incorrect, but yes, I can deny the second one. How would you do that? It has to do with something very important. Normally I would have brought it up straight away. It makes this whole situation easier to understand. Remember the 2 questions from earlier? Why were the gemstones stolen, and how were they brought outside before the alarm went off? I'm fairly sure the answers are respectively to make it seem like they were the goal of the attack, and because they were stolen before the time we thought. I mean, the curtains here were lowered when we enter. Most importantly, they were stained with the smoke. This means that during the time the smoke was released, the cabinets was covered. If someone stole the contents of these cabinets when the smoke was being released, as the Ashia family thinks right now, why would they have been lowered? Why would they have lowered the curtains again? No way they would have fallen down by themselves. You all see what I'm saying, right? It should have been a pointless waste of time to lower them. After the smoke was released in this room, the curtains weren't moved. To put it simply, the gemstones that were once here were stolen before the smoke was released, which is why someone was able to bring them outside before the exit closed. I suppose that makes sense, but how did they do that? You tell me. What's important is that they could have been stolen during the night. Then before the exit closed, they were brought out. By releasing the smoke here too, they tried to make it look like the gems were stolen at a later time, and that they were the actual target of the theft. What you're saying makes sense, but I still have a hard time visualizing how this plan works. Me too. A very important thing we don't know yet is whether the alarm was taken into consideration. You said it was a top secret alarm, right? Yes, I believe it's nearly impossible that Sin designed a plan with it in mind. If so, that means the smoke here couldn't have been released after you left the security room. That would only have been done if they already knew the exit was getting locked down. I believe you're right. If they didn't know about the alarm, they would not have stankered the smoke in this room. It would have been released everywhere at once. Exactly. Can I say something? We're only assuming that gems here were stolen before the time of the attack because the curtains were down. That makes sense. But wouldn't they have thought about it? That's true. If Sin didn't know about the alarm, they must have expected Ashia to rush in right away. They would only have seen the curtains, not the gems that were missing. Yeah, after all, they only believe these random gems were the target because they don't have access to the tower. Isn't it as if the alarm is working positively for the culprit? Yeah, so there's no way Sin would have ignored the curtains, giving away the timing of the theft, right? Not if they didn't know about the alarm. If they did, and the intent was to simply let Ashia think what they think until the tower unlocks, it doesn't matter that we figured it out. After all, it's not like we can contact the outside to tell them, is it? You're wrong. Then they would have had no reason to release the smoke here. I'm not so sure. We did have the chance to talk to the police, but it happened before we came here. I'm saying this was done to trick Ashia into thinking the gems were the goal. However, I also think that the plan must somehow end by stealing the Sekimeiya, which will directly reveal that the gems were never the goal. It could definitely be that the smoke was released to trick us. The people got trapped. It all depends on whether someone is trying to trick us. There were a few seconds of silence. Would Sin have put so much effort into deceiving us? That doesn't sound likely. But it was true that we had a method to contact the outside and could have informed Ashia of every single suspicious detail we've noticed. It was strange, because if the culprit had always been able to disable the communication method, there would have been no point in doing any of it. Do you actually believe that the alarm was considered? Who knows? If the gems were stolen during the night through some method Sin are capable of, they'd leave the curtains lowered to prevent it from being noticed through the cameras, and so the visitors couldn't see them before 9:10. I wasn't on guard duty last night, so I can't help you with that. Well, they were forced to leave the cabinets covered, but doing so also indicates that the gems were stolen before the doors were opened to the public. I don't know why. I've approached it from different angles, but I can't come up with something that makes sense. In some way, these gems must have only been a side part to the plan. Them getting stolen before the smoke was released is close to confirmation, but how everything pieces together is not as simple to figure out. I apologize that I can't be of more help. I assume that this is Sin's doing, but I don't know what they intend to do. I'm equally clueless when it comes to these gems. When it comes to how these gems could have been stolen before this morning. Sai, I know you don't believe much of what I say, but I have been honest from the beginning. I just have been trying to help and provide with as much information as I can. Is that so? While everyone stood still, Sai began to examine the room, even though it looked drastically different from the others. Only the illumination and shape varied. It was still a simple room that contained cabinets. I don't think there's much to do here. Every cabinet is empty and the same kind of smoke was released. Most likely at the same time as in the other places. We should move on. Yeah, let's get going. Isla seemed happy with that proposition. We all agreed and left quietly to avoid any more conflict. Only the storeroom remained in hallway A. We tried to enter it together, but it was too narrow for all of us. What the hell? It was a stretched-out, dim room. While the name implied that its purpose was to store things, the amount of space didn't allow for much of that. It only contained a few empty shelves and a dusty couch that looked dangerous to sit in. Even the door was lower quality than the rest. I exited the room as Akaro and Arena entered it. Sai seemed to be enjoying himself, considering different options in an attempt to win. If we parted from the assumption that they were a plan more complex than met the eye, I had something to consider. We had all assumed that the gems were stolen before the smoke was released into the since the curtains had been lowered. If anyone stole the gems after the attack, there's no reason to waste their time lowering the curtains again. However, there was a very simple indicator of the time the gems had been stolen, and one that would not have been overlooked. So what if the curtains had been lowered again precisely for what reason? To make us or anyone who looked at it think that they had been stolen before the time of the attack? After all, anything else would have been a huge mistake. I couldn't think of an immediate benefit, but deliberately misleading us about the time or reason behind an attack was a potent move. The effect wouldn't have been achieved if the tower had really been robbed at night and the curtains were left down. And realistically, even though Sin could have been involved, how could they have emptied so many cabinets during the night? Hadn't the police been nearby? Hadn't the cameras been monitoring everything? Before I could determine if there was a better conclusion to reach, everyone left the storeroom, Katai returning last. We didn't all have to enter, there isn't anywhere to hide in here. What's this room even for? It's called the storeroom, but there isn't much inside. I doubt it'd be much use with how small it is. Things have been stored here before, but it's true that now it looks like a useless room. I heard that this room already existed before this building started to be used for business, and it was too small to give it any other purpose. I see. The door didn't look that different from the others. However, once you opened it, the room would detract from the aesthetic the place usually had. I figured that when the building was repurposed, they replaced the door but left the things inside unchanged. So we're halfway done with this floor. Maybe we'll find something in hallway B. To get there, we stepped into hallway C for the first time, which contained the stairs and the elevator to move to different floors. And that, with Kutai saying, "What's this?" is where we'll end off for today, because I can feel my throat is starting to get to a point where. What the hell? Are these all my notes? I feel my throat is starting to get to a point where I need a break. I need to stop. Who's that? Is that Akuro? Is that me? Alright. Alright. Let's... Zip. Hello. I am not gonna raid anyone. I'm just gonna end. Thank you all for dropping by to today's stream. Thank you all for hanging out, talking, chatting, watching me play Sekimeiya. I will probably keep playing this. I'm pretty invested. I think it's pretty good. I will say I am excited for it to take a more controllable more controllable Like I am excited for it to be more actually play style than than it being what it is right now, where everything is getting sold for me. I hope, I hope that it becomes like, I mean, I know that it's a visual novel, but I hope that there's actually uh, actual detective stuff to be done. I hope it's not just going to be that Psy guy solving everything, and then it turns out to be Psy's the culprit or whatever. You know, I hope it actually ends up being a little more interesting than that. But other than that, it's hooking me. I think it's not as good as Rating Loop yet, and I doubt it will be as good as Rating Loop. Rating Loop also got really good reviews, but it did get pretty good reviews, so we'll see. Maybe it turns out to be better than I expected. Um, they're pretty close, and if it turns out to not be as exciting, there are many other games we can end up playing at some point. Alright, guys. This is where I'm going to call it. I'm going to end it. The stream will be ending. The stream will... You'll go from hearing me, and then suddenly, at the moment, ATM. Oh, is this quite a popular? So I don't know if I don't know if you can like say it's like popular right now. It released in 2021, but the reviews are like 86% positive. Um, so that's, I mean, that's pretty good. It's about Rating Loop got 90 positive. Rating Loop was really good. Though the thing that caught me with this one was the idea that it was like a detective one where you have to like search through the text that you've seen in the past. That is what made me excited. So I hope that actually becomes uh, something of importance. All right, guys. The one with the in the school with the freaky girl. There's a lot of those. There's a lot of those. All right, guys. The stream is going to end in a few seconds. I'm gonna go get some food. I'm gonna go do a bunch of things. All right, guys. Thank you. Thank you for. Bye bye.